Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Alex. Hello, Asura. So your first, would you like, Alex? Congrats on your second. Yum, yum, yum. Welcome to Tabletop Talk, first regular episode of 2026.
Yes.
And it is a look back because we already did this game, but then the episode got annihilated. For people who don't know, we used to have a second co-host rather, but they are not around anymore, and they have been a little bitch baby about it.
Yep. Put it mildly, yeah.
So we have to redo some as we have reviewed, but that episodes don't exist for. Yeah. So, Drake.
Yes.
Dragon Ball Z.
Yes.
Did you have any connection to this growing up?
No.
No.
That was my perspective, I didn't really watch this growing up, and I didn't play this growing up, and it was one of those things that I did walk by the local gaming store and see on the shelf repeatedly, because I was around a lot of used bookstores back in my youth, and this was one of those things that was there, and of course I was like, I don't want to touch that because I don't know what that is.
Yeah. I watched this as a kid / teenager, because it was in because I was in it was running on German TV. It was in German. It was, I think, the US cartoon version being Germanified, or maybe the Italian version Germanified. I don't know. There's a lot of different Dragon Ball Z's around. It has more episodes in Japan than it has in the US, for example. This book tells us this. Constant the original voice. It's one of those things where you're just used to the real voice. I can't listen to American Simpsons because I have grown up hardcore with German Simpsons. And I do think they did a really good job making the voices, and I do think it's better. Yeah, I get that.
Oh yeah, totally. And way back then, there was definitely more of I prefer it this way, I prefer it that way, than the huge wealth of voice actors today that get drawn from for all these projects now.
Yes. So, what was Dragon Ball about? Do you know?
Finding the Dragon Balls.
Correct. What was Dragon Ball Z about?
Growing up and being Superman.
Yes, and finding the Dragon Balls. But the Dragon Balls more and more become just the fighting part is not a problem. The fighting the other guys who want them is the problem. It starts with Red Ribbon Army, and then Frieza comes around, and then just we can't even let him find out what these are. If he finds out, we are all fucked.
Yep.
And then it escalates further from there. But hey, I mean, viewers and Drake too, wouldn't it be nice if you could play some Patsy with shit stats in the Dragon Ball Z universe? It has no real way to affect the fight. Welcome to this game.
Welcome to Pondsmith's idea of how things should work.
Yeah, so this is Mike Pondsmith's game. This was scanned by this guy. Yeah, no one cares. This is basically someone owns the rights to this, but come on. A lot of explanation of who these people are. Where you have to ask yourself, on the one hand, sure, we have to put this in. On the other hand, who buys this who doesn't know what Dragon Ball is? It's really...
Yep.
We are not going to look at any of this. Except to say that, yeah, it's just screenshots from the fucking anime, but black and white.
Yeah.
It leads to some really bad screenshots sometimes. This is crap.
It's so bad in some places. Also, speaking of, can you stream to me?
Oh shit! Sorry, I'm so sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
Here,
Perfect.
yeah,
Yeah.
like you have so what this runs the gamut of it. This is okay, but also not inspired at all. And this is then really bad. It's also really bad. Like it is a product made on the cheap to cash in on anime
Yep.
enjoyers. That is what this is,
Yep.
and it is very clear immediately.
hmm This was part of Pondsmith's niche for a little bit.
Yeah.
That's why I did so many other things that were just like this, where I'm going to cash in on this novel, like Dream Park, this concept, Teenagers from Outer Space, this anime, that anime. There's a couple others. Yeah.
And you cannot say that you didn't have work ethic because you cranked out like so many of these.
Oh, like if we wanted to turn into a Pondsmith commentary channel, we could because he's done that much stuff. But we're
Certainly
not
for a
going to do
while,
that.
yeah. No, we don't want to do that. We really don't.
No.
Can we get some stats? Let's look at Goku here for a second. He has a power level of 8,000. Wow.
Yep.
His mental is really low. I can only advise everybody to follow that as an example when the making of a character. Physical is quite high. Combat is super high. Movement is also very high. Which is stupid. But, well, whatever. So, then you have your 6 skills. Fighting, evasion, weapon, power, body, and mind. Of which Goku obviously is very good, except mind, which is like terrible in. Then he has the defense and the hit value, and that's every character. Every character is just this. If you want to use a skill, you take your total of whatever it is. So let's say we are fighting. We have a 70, and then we roll 3 extra dice to arrive at our total. So 71 to 89 is our actual fighting result. Immediately one can tell bad system because you can just level out of somebody's range. Also, the only important stat is combat.
Yep, that's it. It's the only important stat.
Because, like, look, 4 out of 6 skills have combat. Like, no one, movement doesn't even apply to anything. Physical goes into body, which is like tanking shit, which you can skill into, but it doesn't actually raise your defense. We'll get to that. And mind is for thinky bits, which Dragon Ball, everyone is stupid.
Very stupid Dragon Ball.
Like there's 1 or 2 characters whose job it is to be smart. But if you play them, you are not fighting because they're smart. They're not the strong guys. But yeah, that's every character. We're gonna get to how to make one. They talk about like this thing talks about power level and stuff. I think that's kind of your XP total. I don't remember. Doesn't really matter.
I don't remember. It was attempting to imitate the power level thing, but also not doing it right. I don't know.
Yeah, and then here we see Gohan, who is a child during Dragon Ball Z, if you don't remember, whose stats are this. And you can immediately see. So, if Goku ever threw a punch with his 70 fighting at a Gohan level character, the Gohan level character is gone. We get to the damage stuff in a second, like how much damage you do, because that's also very ridiculous. But just to be clear, the difference is so high that the Gohan character can never win a skill check because they both roll 3d6, and the Gohan character is going to be like, well, my fighting roll is 35. I rolled average. And then the Gohan character is going to be like, well, I rolled 2 1s and a 6, so I have a 78. I beat you by 40 something points. What? Terrible.
Terrible.
But to be fair, true to the true to the manga and anime, because there too it's just like, yeah, why is most of the cast even here? Their only job is to get beaten up and be a speed bump at best.
Yep.
Like none of them can really fight as well as the one guy we have. Like this is the second strongest guy they have, and he is 45 comp fighting and 50 evasion. Like it's not contest, it's nothing.
Yep.
So all these
That's
guys have
this game in a nutshell. Like,
yeah, all these guys have stupid movement stats, which I would like. Why? They act like it matters. It really doesn't.
yeah.
Only guy that makes sense for is Krillin because he will just run away. So yeah, is Bulma the only intelligent person? Even she doesn't have that high a mind stat.
Mental is 12 and her mind is 8. Yeah. And then they do the math wrong there because
Yeah,
it
because
was
it should be
show
20.
mind plus mental 8. No, her mental is 12. Get it
Yeah.
right, Puntsman.
Like this is another thing in this book. Yeah, it get 14. Oh yeah, you can have different skills.
Yeah.
If you want to, but every combat character has the same fucking skills.
Yeah.
And it's
much.
funny that if you get like Gadgeteer, I guess we don't get power then. We don't get to throw cool laser punches anymore. Because there's only room for 6 of these. And like fighting, evasion, and weapon, I guess you could throw a weapon away because no one in Dragon Ball actually uses weapons.
Yeah, no one.
This is no, that's otherwise. Well, yeah, it's just
movement 4. What the fuck?
Yeah, movement 4 is just the person walking or running. All these people with highest, they can just fly. Just funny because I don't think Yamcha can fly, but he has 70 movement. I think Yamcha can Yamcha fly? Has he ever flown? Like he's always dead, so I don't remember. I just remember him in the crater. Oh, here's the least favorite character of Dragon Ball, Tien. Everyone hates Tien.
Yeah.
He is certainly also statted. Jotsu can explode. It's very true to his character. Yajirobe. Okay, in Yajirobe, I believe. And well, whatever. He's in the Saiyan Saga arc now. We are in the Saiyan Saga arc, not in the Dragon Ball Z arc. Wait, are we? What? Are these all Saiyan Saga?
Saga arc.
Saiyan Saga. Okay, whatever. And here's the only guy who can fight with Goku. It's Vegeta. Of course, it's Vegeta. He has about the same stats. Somehow his power level is 1.5k lower, but his fighting is higher. Like he would just... It's just arbitrary.
It's very arbitrary, and that sidebar is sending me. No, it's not Jesse, the Governor Ventura.
Yeah. Yes. Snapper. The Snapper gets stats. He does.
Yeah, he does. He does.
Like it's so stupid. Like Nappa, the guy fucking annihilated Goku until he powered up, right?
Yeah.
Fighting 60, he could never land a punch. Never.
Yeah. Never.
Goku has either 70 or 75 dodge, I forget.
Yeah.
We're going back up to very importantly. This is very important for this. 75. So if our guy rolls 3 6s, he can't hit him. Because Goku's going to roll 3 1s at least. It's a bad system. So
bad. Nappa does his best despite being an entire valley full of winemakers.
Yeah, it's true. And then you have the Cybermen who just like there to explode. I remember them. They just jump you and then they explode and then you die if you're like a weak guy. Who if you're so weak that these guys defeat you, then he doesn't have to fight you.
Exactly. That's his Jemadar. Yep.
Yeah. And he's busy bulking, so you better,
Yeah.
And then Reddit, so it's even like they sent him first as a joke.
Yep.
Also, he nearly defeated Goku, and like, fuck you. not your book. Like, yes, his corner was lower, and then in the fight, Goku powers up. Like, you need to. The game needed to have a power-up mechanic, and it doesn't. Like,
It doesn't.
I'm sure there's XP, but it doesn't really do that. Like, it's not. That's not how you do it in this. It's fucking stupid. Oh, a word map. Wow.
This is clearly also a product where or he was still figuring out what does exactly this need. Like, okay, I started all the characters, cool. What else do I need? I don't know. Let's just throw stuff in there that you would normally expect. Like, here's a map.
Like, the thing that Dragon Ball has that makes it cool is that it is a world-spanning adventure.
Yes.
And it is kind of implied that if you're a strong guy in the world of Dragon Ball Earth, then Goku knows you personally. Because he's probably found you somehow by sensing your ki, and then wants to fight you or with your friend, or both. And in this, then, it's really not like they're talking about money and stuff. Oh, they have Zenny. Everyone is Zenny.
Everybody has Zenny. Yes. Yes.
And yes, there's many more pages about like law stuff. We don't care. Like, it's so funny. Like, here's the pylon Goku climbs up, and then this is where Kami lives.
Yep.
Corin? Is it Corin in English? Wow, great. It's Kami in German. Now, obviously, the real power behind the power is Mr. Popo anyway. Is Mr. Popo in this? Is the question I should ask when we don't see Mr. Popo on screen? And I don't know. I didn't see him when I moused through. Did they not put the black man in? What is this about, sir?
Von Smith, you have a lot to answer for.
Like, they didn't. What the hell? Okay, now the question: how do we play?
How to play this?
We kind of already said, right? We just roll 3d6 plus that. Also, I love the how do I GM, and then it's like one paragraph.
That's one paragraph, yeah. I don't know, guys. Figure it out.
Yeah. Read through the following rules. We also always include the example of a role-playing session. Wow, thank you. Like,
good job, Pondsmith. Thank you.
This writing is so funny because it's like, yeah, in every book we shit out in our sweatshop, we have this example of a role-playing session that we write. We put it in. That's it. That's your help.
Yeah.
Like, give some tips on how to create a good adventure is also in here. Wow, thanks. It's an important part of being a game master is to be a good storyteller, to try and vividly describe the world you are guiding people through, to pose problems or situations that will challenge your players to their best. Almost as important as the need for the GM to be an impartial judge of the roots and efforts of the game and his or her players. Remember, if you aren't interesting and you aren't fair, no one's going to want to star in your movie. Good luck. What the fuck are you talking about, movie? It's in quotations.
Movie?
But it's a
game. My goodness, Pondsmith. This is the Pondsmith voice, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, it's always, it's painful. It's painful. You see it less in future products like Cyberpunk Red because usually more other people are actually looking at his work and shaking their head. So it's less present, but it's still there. It's one of the things that makes it hard to get through his products at times because he talks in a very conversational but also mildly condescending way, like he's attempting to explain why your printer jammed. So, it's painful. It is painful.
If you always wanted a smarmy tech support person to explain to you how to play your game, then this is really
Yep. And this is kind of exemplary of the concept of not everyone's a graphic designer, because this book, there's so many moments where you're like, why is the layout like this? Why? Why do we have so many sidebars? We have them constantly.
I have a sidebar asking if we have to dress up, like as if that is anyone's question.
Yeah.
Like, come on. If this is somebody's first RPG, you're not helping them with that.
Mhm.
It's not a real question. That's obviously no. Like, fuck you, give me a punch. We can't really throw Dragon Ball punches. If we could, we wouldn't be reading the book.
Yeah, exactly. We'd be out throwing Dragon Ball punches.
That'd be too stupid to do it, to read.
Oh my goodness. Yes. We'd all have crush syndrome from being punched in the head so many times. Like, come on.
Yes, thank you, Sandra, for finding out that 1 zenny is equal to 1 yen.
Yeah.
That is always the writing shorthand, isn't it? When you make like a money, it's like equal to one other currency, so it's easy. Okay, but anyway, so like we have said, we have 4 stats. Physical, how strong and healthy your hero is. Mental, how smart and determined your hero is. So Goku isn't determined then? What the hell? It's already wrong. Combat, how well your hero fights. And move, how fast your hero moves. 1 point of move is equal to 2 yards or meters. In what time frame? Who knows?
Who knows? Yeah. Bulma is extremely slow.
Yeah. Like, how can you not list how in the time frame? What the fuck, Pondsmith?
Mr. I'm
Also-
technical and I worked for Microsoft for decades. Why not this? What?
Yeah, I also absolutely guarantee that no matter what amount he says and what time, that it's all wrong. Like,
It's all wrong.
we're not even talking about just like Bulma being slow or fast. I'm talking about Goku having 110 movement stat. So no, it doesn't really matter. Like, the show is going to contradict the stat no matter what.
Mhm.
Then, but whatever. Like, it's just movement. It's just kind of, it shouldn't be a stat because
No, it shouldn't be.
who cares? Like, it's never a problem in the game how fast Goku is. Except
No.
he can't catch someone. Like, sure, but for 99.9% of the time, they just fly around and are fast enough. Like, it's really not a problem. It's not a simulationist game. You didn't need this movement stat.
Really didn't.
But then you also derive 2 stats, which is defense and hits. And defense, it's 5 times your physical. So if you have physical 10, your defense is 50, sorry.
Yep.
And it's subtracted 1-to-1 from any damage done to your hero. And your hits then are 10 times your physical, which is, well, obviously double again the defense. So if you go over then, and at this moment in the original review, Chunk was born.
Chunk was born instantly.
Yes, Chunk was born by me. Because I asked myself the question, wait, how many points do we get? The answer is we get 40. I don't know when it says that, though. Also, like, yeah, we do get 40, I remember that. Here's difficulty values I want to point out. We can roll 3d6 as a reminder. So, put gas in the car, it's a 10 difficulty value. I want you to remind yourself, while we talk about this, is Bulma stats are like 3s and 4s, right?
Yeah.
But you also have skill points, which you roll on, which you get on top of your attributes. I don't know how many of those you get, but the game will tell us soon. So if let's say filling up, it would be a mental thing. Let's say we have mental 3. So even Goku can probably do it. But the average is
on an average day.
It's just an average 3d6 roll with no mental. So yeah, because he could fail, which is apropos. That's fair. Fix a flat tire. Goku wouldn't have really any idea how to do that. I don't think it's already over. Add 2 + 2 instead and do simple math, 14 calculus. Like, why are these your examples? Why? Pick a lock, break into a bank vault, write a shopping list, write a short story, write a role-playing game, 60. Fuck you, Pondsmith.
Fuck you, Pondsmith.
But look, none of this is even slightly Dragon Ball coded. Like, they couldn't even be bothered.
No, I couldn't.
Oh, it's so bad.
It is really bad. It's this is part of also the Pondsmith writing voice of we're going to put ridiculously stupid simple things in here, but then also put something out of left field here because I'm so good at writing role-playing games. Like,
Yeah.
and then also that let's just add 3d6. Yeah, gosh, there's a reason why we don't do that anymore.
Like, to put this in perspective, the game series Wasteland has toaster repair as an ongoing running joke as a skill.
Mm-hmm.
And they always make it somehow like do something. There's always some sort of toaster repair that you need to do at one point to get extra story element. But what it basically is it makes the game harder because you put skill points into an otherwise completely useless ability, right? They are allowed to reference the toaster. If they were to make a TTRPG, would be allowed to put toaster repair in there and be like, it's mostly going to be useless, but once in a while, give your player something nice for repairing the toaster. And that would be a good Easter egg. But Pondsmith has written so many games. It's for him. Writing games is his own fucking Easter egg thing where you can put an Easter egg into it. It is to keep himself sane, I think. If that makes sense. Gosh. So combat works exactly as you would expect. Each side rolls like their evasion and attacks. Blah blah.
Yep.
Oh yeah, right. This is the best one in this whole thing is the modifiers.
Yeah.
Like these people have a 30 in their skill. It's not unrealistic at the start of the game to have 30. Oh, it's a lot harder. -4. It's only at 26 now. Who cares?
Yeah.
Also,
who cares?
If the DM sets the DV for the thing in hand, what do you mean modifiers? Because because the only DVs we have set are these, right? So if I have to fix a flat tire, it's always 14. The book says so.
Yep.
So if it's in a snowstorm, we add 4 because we add 4 to it because it's much easier. Wait, +4, easier. So it's from minus from the skill, but the DV. Why don't we modify the DV, Pondsmith? Why not? It's easier.
Much easier. Like I've written like I don't know. I'm just going to call them dissertations on the concept of just have a difficulty value that fluctuates.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
And if you want to have a list of modifiers, have them be genuine modifiers like you're behind cover. Not, it's harder.
Yeah, and also like what I'm getting at is the same thing, but from a different angle, is that there's no modifying the skill number and increasing the DV is the same thing. If your DM is like, oh, you want to fix the tire where there's already like tools laid out and an extra tire lying around next to it, it looks new and perfect. It's easier. Like there's written instructions how to do it for, and they're really good on a whiteboard. Easier. It's a snowstorm and you are in a war zone. It's harder. Like yeah, sure, obviously. There's no point having it be two-sided. If your whole system is just roll to reach a number. Because then the DM should have set the number for every single thing. And it's easier for everybody. It's so much easier.
It is. Yep. For one really good example of who does this very well, your Zero Engine does this so well. So well.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Hey, even D&D figured this one out.
Yep.
Your skill roll
and then unfigured it out in 5e, but that's another story.
No, that's just advantage, right? Or what do you mean?
The fact that in 5e they go 10, 15, 20, that's it. And then they have no nuance after that point. They unfigured it out by taking away the nuance and then replacing it with just advantage and disadvantage.
No, you're right. But at least they don't tell you get to -4 while you have to read the 20.
Yes.
Like that's kind of my point, that at least the number you add to your fucking dice roll is static.
Yep.
So wait, if
Uh,
we equal, and if you roll all once, you automatically fail. Okay. Not
Yeah.
gonna happen often. Taking turns, yes we do. Measure an arbitrary distance, a move roughly equal to 2 meters. If it's an arbitrary distance called move, and when a move is not arbitrarily defined, what is the point of your move?
oh my God. This the Pondsmith voice once again, because
Yeah.
he loves to do this. He loves to say this is arbitrary, and then he defines it. Wait, is it simulating something or is it arbitrary? Which is it? Like,
Yeah.
it's just if it was arbitrary, then you could say it's one zone. Okay, that makes sense. Then you can still use the term arbitrary to describe that. I'll allow it.
Yep.
But once you start saying meters, fuck you.
Yep. Yep. While it was move, it was at least undefined. But now that you told us repeatedly it's about 2 meters per move point,
Yep.
it's gonna be wrong in every single way.
Yep.
Ranged attacks. Like no one okay, they throw energy blasts, I guess. Okay, that's fine. Are you clear no matter an unobstructed path? No, you don't. Dragon Ball, they punch through walls and mountains all the fucking time. Like, what? Like, it is so fucking clear that the man just, like, took as much of his generic pre-written stuff as he could and put it in here. This is such a fucking cash grab. Like, what you can attack through trees, bush, smoke, tents, grass, snow. Okay, yeah. What I usually can't attack through concrete, wrong. Brick, wrong. Metal, wrong. Ice, wrong. Earth, you mean the whole earth? Correct. Another fighter, wrong. This is fucking Dragon Ball.
Yep.
Like, come on, man. Like, it is super clear that he didn't care when he wrote this.
He really didn't. He really didn't. He was making money. Like that's one of the big things about all of this is like, yes, he hustled, but this is no. This ain't chief. This just ain't it. Like
And then
years later, Guardians of Order did this better with their Sailor Moon RPG, and that was also I think a 2d6 system. So
no. They fucking did. And here's then if we hit, we do damage. We can subtract our defense from the damage.
Yep.
And how much damage do we do? Well, that's always determined by rolling and adding the total of a group of 600 dice. If your hero is using strength to attack, roll a number of dice equal to their physical plus fighting skill. I remind you that Goku has 70 of this. I also remind you that a starting character will have at least like 20 dice to do this. The total of the dice is the amount of hits done by to the target. If you use a ranged weapon, or not dice equal to specified by the attack. Like, I don't think this book even ever specifies a ranged weapon.
Never does. I don't think. No.
It's a shotgun.
It might be for one of the minions,
like,
but
it might. Yeah, minion might have one, I guess. And think if maybe they set out the farmer that meets Reddits and gets murdered who has a shotgun or something. Like, what the hell? Oh yeah, sorry. There they are. Look. Nothing of this does any damage to anyone. They are all immune.
Yep. All immune.
I really care about using a sword in this. That's 6 dice to my 20 dice. I guess that's okay. And Yaji does 15 because his sword is so sharp. Cool. I'm sorry, I did forget that they put the weapons here, but like it's such a.
It's a sidebar though.
And it's so low that it's not possible to do anything. Like 17 dice. At most, that's like 60 plus. It's like 100. It's 96 damage. Absolute maximum 96 damage. Okay, that's going to damage a starting character. But that's. I mean, you get hit by a cannonball. I think it's a single guy. What are you doing?
What are we doing? Like, why did you let him set up the cannon?
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about now because this is Dragon Ball.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah. And then we see here our move stats, our move collision damage goes 3, 6, 9, 12, blah, 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 until 30 plus. So if we go like all the way out of my cell, we're going to be where Goku is with his move. And we don't have any numbers. It doesn't say it gets more. It's 30 plus, it's 10. Like if Goku flies through you, it's only 10 dice of damage ever. 5 hits per round. However, if the damage of taken deadly. Okay, so you recover very quickly. Or like you recover per round, which is what's a round. It's probably not long. Who cares? And here's some starting characters that were made. How did we make them? I hope they explain soon. Here we go. Okay. We can make up a species, human or Namekian or Saiyan. You want to be a Saiyan, by the way.
Yeah.
What are you like? They give you some examples. Wonderful. The most important.
Science, secretive, money, a prince. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. We can 1, 2, 3, 10. It's the absolute minimum per thing.
Okay.
And then how you feel about others doesn't even get 10. That's like 8, 7, 7.
Yeah.
But you could be a stable and serious guy who loves his pet. Okay. It's actually kind of a character. I kind of don't know.
It is, yeah.
And then you define like how you learn, do you have any stakes, what's in then you make up a name. And then we get characteristics. So, okay, how do we do this?
Uh-huh.
Wait, a non-augmented human usually has values for around 5 to 7. That Bulma is really weak.
Yeah, Bulma's super weak.
Yes, it just created John Wick for no reason. So,
yeah.
A starting character gets 40 points. And this again was the moment where I'm like, wait, what do you mean? So I could have 37 physical and 1 mental, 1 combat, 1 move. And then have 37 times 5 defense as subtracting from damage, which is 185 defense. Meaning that you would at least need like 30 dice of damage to even damage me. No, 30 doesn't enough. I think on average you need, wait, divide this by 3.5. So you would need about 52 dice to land, to like have an average chance of doing any damage. Like if you roll super high with 40, you can do it, but like you're more likely to do it if you have at least like 55 dice or more.
Yep.
So Chunk, our Namekian Chunk, who is only physical, nothing else, no combat either, though we can raise this with a skill, but he has no hero fighting ability. He's just a big chunk. Just broke your game because he can't be damaged.
He just can't be. No. Like, this is so basic. This is part of the reason why we're going back over this again, is because making your game simple does not necessarily mean your game is going to be any better whatsoever for doing so. This is a very simple game, but it's fucking terrible because of it.
Yep.
Because nobody stopped to do math.
The other route you can go, which is more OP, arguably, but you are susceptible to AoE damage, is to put everything in combat. Because that's also your dodge stat. And if you just never get hit, it doesn't matter how much health you have. So, okay, we made Chunk. Chunk is physical 37 and 1 and everything else. 185 defense and like 350 hit points or something like that.
Yep.
Now we get We have 6 skills, 6 default skills. We get 50 points in them. So Chunk just puts everything into fighting. Ending with a 51 fighting. The game does not say you can't do this.
Yep.
We don't need evasion because
No.
Why would we need evasion?
You never need to evade as Chunk. You just never do.
You don't need weapon. No one should put points into it.
Yeah.
You power. Okay, power is the thing where you like throw key blasts. You might want to get power instead of. You could get only power instead of only fighting. Maybe I suppose.
Yeah, and then he just yells at people and they die. Yeah, like that could be the whole character of Chunk.
Yeah.
He just yells that he wants more breakfast cereal and somebody dies.
Exactly. He already has a really good body stat just off of his attributes. He doesn't need to put points into it. And mind, as we have established, is no one has it, so you're still kind of normal.
Yeah. And occasionally he fills himself up with gas instead of the car, and that's fine because he can resist it because he's Chunk.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
He just digests the gas, no problem.
He just digests it. He has 9 kidneys.
A
really big liver.
They want you to come up with a fighting technique, but like there are those 2 extra dice of damage, and you can pay some of your skill points to do it. And I'm like, no, Chunk doesn't do this. Chunk doesn't know. Chunk only knows punch. Chunk knows punch. That's good enough. He's like essentially like that snail you can't kill and it's coming for you because he's so slow that you can just leave. But if he ever gets to you,
you just leave. Yeah.
If he ever gets to you in big trouble,
they're big trouble.
He's just gonna
oh my god!
On you, and then that's it. That's curtains for your character.
I figured out what Chunk is. He's a Tonberry.
Oh fuck, he is.
He is.
Oh no.
That's his race. That's his custom race that we write in Tonberry.
Terrible.
That's good. That's actually really good.
And then here we have like 2 you can copy your character sheets. It's so simple that there's like 2. I love that they were like they knew at least that no one would care about like special like changing these skills out. So yeah, here you go. And then they talk about key powers. You can like raise energy by doing a power up roll. And then you get more points in something. I'm sorry, but I don't care. Like, it's like they do have the rules. I will give them that. They give you a spirit bomb rule. It is funny that like that they say a small planet has billions of life forms, a solar system with hundreds of billions of life forms. Ponsmith, do you know more than we do about who else is in here? Like, it's assumedly like intelligent life, right? Can't just be like some blade of grass somewhere. So are you saying that within the solar system there's 99 other Earths? Or let's say like 20, because you said billions, hundreds of billions. Like, where are these people?
Yeah.
Dude,
are they?
Dude, why would you write it like this? Stupid.
He is exactly as he was made. Imperfect.
Yeah.
Like, that's all I can say about him. Because, like, okay, the guy has definitely influenced everything to some degree with regards to tabletop games. And people will go back and go, oh, it's good, oh, it's bad. Yeah, that's great. I'm still not playing Cyberpunk. I'm still playing Shadowrun instead. It doesn't matter whether it was good or bad, his influence. He hasn't influenced me enough still in decades to make me want to play his stuff over something that's equivalent. That's why I brought up the Sailor Moon thing earlier. It's like, do I want something that's actually well made, but we're all playing Sailor Moon characters and thus doing like teen girl drama? Or do I want to play Dragon Ball Z, the RPG, where everybody attempts to make chunk, and we keep rolling dice, but everybody runs away because we're snails. Like, come on.
Like, here's your next question: training. How do you get stronger? Well, you get 10 points of experience for a year of training. What is the point of experience? What do we use it? Does it say? No, you're playing experience.
It says applying the experience right there.
So, to either your power level, your power up, or your skills, or your defense. So, what? Power up rating is 140. Power. Like, we don't care about power level and power up rating. Like, this for nerds. Get 50 points of experience. So, is there a list? That some sort of list what we do? Because I don't see where it says that this costs this much.
Where is it? I'm not seeing it.
Let's experience into each choice in 10-point amounts. Why is it 10 then? Isn't it just 1 point? So if I understand this right, she puts 10 power skill. What does it mean? Okay, wait. As she's both weaker and less able to take damage than the other members of the group, she goes with hit. Why would you level those? What? You would just level your physical. Can you not level your attributes?
Oh no, Pondsmith did it again!
Well, Goku has 70 and stuff. You can't just be like, oh, you can't level your attributes, go Pondsmith. Oh my god, he did it again.
Yeah, he did. He really did it again. This Pondsmith, what is it called? A biological absolutist? Sorry, Bulma. You have a mental of 12. You're stuck there forever. Like, what's going on here?
You only apply 8 though because you're a woman.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, for real, is it something he doesn't do in games? Attribute raising?
Because it's either power level, power up, skills, defense, or hits. And you can't raise your attributes.
Why would okay. Looking at that list, I mean, guys, okay, why don't I just always raise defense?
Yeah. That's the most powerful stat in the game.
Like, why would you ever raise your hits? Also, does it like put 10 points in? Does it put 1 point in? Like, it must be 1 point, right? Because it's skilled. But defense and hits are not as valuable, technically, to a normal person as skill level.
Mm-hmm.
And level and power up and stuff, like, the rules are stupid, so like, you don't, and it doesn't tell you at the end what their stats were and are now. This was useless. This whole example is useless. I suppose this is how Chunk eventually gets overtaken then, though, because you can level skill, but you can't level the attribute up. You can, but wait, if you level defense up, then you are leveling physical up, aren't you? Kinda.
Yeah. It's just that it's still, though, it's the whole mentality of, but physical is my attribute. Why can't I reach my attribute, Pondsmith?
Yeah.
Why?
Also, hey, it is better to defense outstrips attack. If I put every point I can into power and into defense, every point gives me 5 defense. It must, because it's how it always worked.
Yeah.
And then every attack level only gives me a D6 attack, which is 3.5 average.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yep, it always winds up being better. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Because being able to take on 5 dudes at once is the lesson here.
Always.
I just had to phrase it that way because
Yeah.
it's a Pondsmith product.
So I believe we have already shown adequately that this whole book is just like a giant piece of cheese, where you just pick your loophole that you want to use to make your character stupid.
There is one thing that's funny though. If you scroll back down to the section what your physical can and can't do, there's a chart.
Where is it?
It's down a little further. Keep going. You'll be very noticeable when you see it. There, super strength.
Much like reaction speed, energy can be channeled in the moment of increase in character strength. To lift an super unobtainium. I don't believe you patented unobtainium, Pondsmith, because you would have sued Avatar.
Oh yeah, would have sued Avatar right away.
So you're telling me lifting an aircraft carrier is harder than bending an unbendable object?
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Yep. I guess you saw the Marvel movies.
We raise it with energy. Requires spending 10 points of every 2 points additional physical. What? Physical 6. She wants to be able to lift a small jet for one phase. It costs 150 points. Oh, so you can use your points to temporarily level it up, but not permanently.
Yeah, it's for feats of strength. Yeah, that's it.
But Chunk already has high physical.
Exactly. Chunk already can lift a mountain.
Lift a mountain and bend anything.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Chunk is so strong.
That's part of the reason why I pointed this out to you, because the system's completely just, I'm not even going to say broken, useless. It's useless. Yeah. There are other games that have charts similar to this. Werewolf the Apocalypse is one good example, because it always comes to that in Werewolf the Apocalypse. What can my werewolf do? Can they pick up a car and throw it at somebody? Well, if you stack this, this, and this, yes, you can, is the answer. And they have a chart for that. Here, you're not stacking anything.
Like the level of basic failure. I'm trying to find a character sheet. I guess they are mostly at the start. Like the level of basic failure in this is that we have 6 skills. 3 of them fighting and weapons. Sorry, 2 of them do the same thing.
Yep.
Why would anyone have some points in weapon but more points in fighting, or vice versa ever?
Yeah.
No player is going to do this. Look at the starting characters that they give you for their little tournament arc that you're supposed to do as an introductory adventure. Where are they? Gosh, there's a surprising amount of yapping in this.
It's Pondsmith!
11-4, 11-4, 14-4, and 11-0. Good job, Chicago.
So that guy did it right. He did the assignment correctly.
Yeah.
No, but he didn't, because he's mental 12. What the fuck, dude?
Wait, these ones also have more than 40 points. What was it, 60 for skills? 50?
It was 50.
50. It could be correct. Let's see. Let's do, okay. Attribute correct. Attribute wrong. No, correct. Attribute correct.
28, 12. Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
That's 40 points. Yeah.
And correct.
Yeah.
Okay. So then let's see. 21, 35 correct. 19, 23, 34 correct. 24, 36 correct. 25, 35 correct. Okay, good job. You did build these according to your own rules. Wonderful. Like, just again, like these characters, like Scargo is the best one because he put movement the lowest. By default, he's better than the others then. But his mental is high, so it's also wrong. Why would you do that to yourself? Yeah. Wait, which one is the most? This guy. The most optimized, actually. Because he's a stupid idiot who can punch. Like, out of all the characters, the highest fighting. He also has the highest defense. Yeah, this guy's just like, pick him. He's gonna win. I didn't realize that it's 50% more defense than the other guys. Oh my god. Oh, it's so dumb. Oh my god. Yep, this is a bad system. Like, it doesn't matter that they get some kung fu kicks. They all get them, right? You could just be like, yeah, okay, I put a few points into my kung fu kicks. This chunk wouldn't really change anything. Because we, with our perfect build of everything into fighting, we have 51 attack at the start. That's a lot. That's more than most canon characters. Not except Piccolo and Goku, I think.
Yeah, Piccolo and Goku.
And we also tank more than Goku, I think, actually.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's actually accurate, yeah.
It's compared Goku to Chunk. Where's Goku? Random. Very important.
Just to find you, Goku, and then we have to chunk you.
Yeah. Like, Chunk couldn't fight Goku. I'm not going to say that he can, but I'm going to say it's the closest in this book.
You would have to approach him very slowly.
Yeah. Like, realize that the movement set, they didn't care for their own system.
Yeah.
Also, a reminder, you can't level these up. So Goku always had 110 movement.
Yeah, exactly.
It's fine.
It's fine.
Like,
it's fine.
I hate this. This is the same thing it did in Cyberpunk. Where it's just like, yeah, these guys just have more stat points than you because they're like higher skill and a starting character. Oh, can I reach this? No, there's no way to raise stats. Fuck you. You can never reach them. You will always be about as useful as Gohan. That's about the same stats. I guess good for a child, good decent combat skill, I guess. And then, extra dice 10 to 50 for an energy blast. Awesome. I want to point out, right, that the reason this is also so stupid is that they just wrote in their game about rolling d6s, and the Kamehameha does 900 to 2000 dice of damage.
Yes.
What? 2000. Yeah, I'm gonna roll those. Like, it doesn't fucking matter. You're dead if he hits you with that then. Always. You couldn't build a character that can tank it. The show constantly shows guys tanking Kamehameha blasts. They're small. But even at the 900, you couldn't tank it. Because, like, it's D6s. It's an average of 3000 damage. Goku couldn't tank his own Kamehameha. Like, guys, like, no one cared to proofread this either. They proofread the
one cared
text
to.
for, like, spelling mistakes, I guess.
Oh yeah, like, I will put that to Pondsmith. Like, there are so few spelling mistakes on all of his stuff.
Yeah. Like, what they sure as fuck didn't proofread any of the mechanics. There was no one checking that. Because, like, let's see how many characters can insta-gip you. Like, even 10 to 50 dice is too much. It's 150,
yeah, it's way too much.
It's 150, 180, like, extra damage. It's just over for most characters then. Corkscrew Blast, 1,000 extra dice. Demon Light Beam, 500. Multiple Image, 300 per... Is this cost? Is it not dice? Are they stupid?
No, that's supposed to be extra dice. Yeah.
But Like, what extra dice does multiple image has? Why doesn't it have dice? These are just powers.
It's 300 per phase.
Wait. Yeah, but why and how?
Like if there's for each additional multiple image, it does 300 extra dice. That's what I'm interpreting immediately from that.
Game note: Goku has other attacks as a rule. Xiaomi has a variety of assorted junk. Oh, it's just it adds 50 to 25 dice of damage for his kung fu. Yeah, okay, wonderful. Structure disc kills you. Energy punch. 100. Okay, 100 is barely at the. That's the point where Chunk maybe has a chance to at least not be dead. But
yep.
Okay, Bulma doesn't get anything, so we're good there.
Yeah, Bulma gets Gadgeteer instead of power. Like, she's the only one.
If Yamcha hits Goku with his energy bomb, Goku is dead.
Yeah.
Like, that's the... We don't have to talk anymore about this game, because it's like, oh, the... What?
Yeah, what?
Goku should turn around after that and be like, did you do something? I felt like a fly bump into my head. And then Yamcha should have a big open mouth and be... And that's about the extent of it. Like, dumb. Power Blast, Multi-Shot Power Blast. Like, Multi-Shot Power Blast is worse. Okay, cool. I guess you can attack more than one guy. Who knows? There's no rules. 6 to 700. Like, these are so arbitrary. These numbers are so fucking arbitrary. Yeah. I will always credit this game for inventing Chunk. And from then on, me trying to get Chunk to work in other games. Usually games are better about not making that possible. Like, it's very possible in Shadowrun to an extent, where like regular guys with normal weapons often can't hurt a troll, but it's like armored. But Shadowrun's weapons scale up a lot more than the armor does, for good reason. So eventually, you just have the problem again. In this, like, I didn't try.
Yeah,
like,
there's another aspect of this too. Like, Shadowrun is a great game for playing a character that is quote unquote competency porn. It's very good for that.
Yeah.
So they're the one that just like shoots the troll in the one dent in their armor that causes their back to explode outward in a shower of gore. Like, it's very good for those kinds of moments. And that's why also I gravitate towards World of Darkness. You can achieve the same thing in World of Darkness, where you have the party where it's like, yeah, I rolled 9 dice to hit people with a baseball bat. And everybody's like, ah, ha, 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 ha. And then they hit a vampire so hard, they knock his head off. Like, but this game, instead, you're not even thinking about those moments. You're instead thinking, yeah, it's 100 dice.
Yeah. The problem is also, obviously, with all of this is that outcomes are just known in advance. And that's bad. Like, obviously bad. Like, if we go back to the play, you cannot in this game make an how do I put this, an easy or hard fight really very easily, because it's too samey. Like, the group, like, you're always gonna look at, I'm rolling my fighting again, so I'm rolling 25 plus 25 plus 27, whatever, plus 21. Like, this is already at the point. Karma-sen with his 21 bitchy fighting, and Kirin with his 27, they're already making problems for the game master, because 6 difference is a lot in this. Like, that's an average again of, if God, it's so dumb. Like, I don't. Oh, he has shit evasions, though. I see he gets hit more. Okay, like, this guy will hit this guy nearly every time, because 7 difference is a lot. Like, if he rolls a 10, this guy has to roll a 17. Sorry, an 18 even to defend. That's not gonna happen. If he rolls shit, he has to roll average. But the problem is if he rolls average, he can't do it at all. Vice versa, kind of okay with 21 versus 18. You're kind of Kieran is not going to dodge as much, but blah, blah. It's very quick that it's just impossible to dodge. Very quick. So the other way to build this up is to put, again, starting character, very simple, right? Let's not be completely stupid. Let's say mental 5, physical 5, movement 5, combat 25. And then put everything in evasion. That's 25 plus 50, it's 75 evasion. Goku has trouble hitting us. Because we're just that good at it. And now you are unkillable character.
Yep.
And the only way to hit you is for a guy to put all into fighting and have an about equal chance to hit you.
Yeah.
And then you're gonna hit him also because he has no evasion at all. Like it is impossible not to break the system with like a normal group of people makes a character.
Yeah.
Even if they actively don't try to break it.
Yeah. That's the really big takeaway for this one is that you break it even if you're just a normal person. Both you and I have looked at games constantly, Shadowrun, and to try to, how can I make like this character who really excels at this one thing, etc. And yeah, it's like there's trade-offs, yada yada, with most games that we've played. But then in this, it's just Bob the Fighter would come to the table and make chunk.
Yeah.
And I talk about Bob the Fighter a lot because he's the guy that he needs to be able to play your game still. You don't always want him at your table, don't get me wrong. You don't want him for like a deeply cerebral Mage of the Ascension game. But at the same time, Bob the Fighter breaking this system? Come on. Like, you wrote something bad. You wrote something really bad.
Also, if any system I also Bob the Fighter, it's this. Like,
yeah. This is the system, yeah. Pondsmith the Fighter, yes.
and like now we're coming to the other like side of this coin, which is, well, if we were to put maximums, like we say we can't have more than, I don't know, our physical attribute in evasion or something, then we would need rules to raise physical, wouldn't we? And if we say we can't have more than 5 difference between fighting and evasion because like it's like 2 skills that go hand in hand, then at that point the question has to be, why isn't fighting us also evasion? Like, why is it 2 skills? And everything is broken. And if you try to fix it in this, it also doesn't work because then everyone has to make the same character. If you impose maximums on things, those maximums have to be super close to each other. Otherwise, they can still like end up 10 apart, and then you can't really make a combat. Because like in the 10 apart situation where one guy is just 10 worse than the other at fighting, and you present them with 2 enemies, and they each pick the wrong one. One player is going to be bored by it being so easy to fight the enemy, and the other is going to get their shit pushed in by the guy the other guy was supposed to fight, because you can't hit him. It's like there's like nothing here to do apart from just like how I would do it. How I try to run it is every enemy just happens to have the same stats as the guy they're fighting, and I don't care. Let's describe it cool. See how long it lasts before people figure it out.
Yep.
But that's not really like, that's not in the spirit of a TTRPG. Then you can just roll 1 dice and see who rolls higher, and then that person wins. You don't need all these mechanics.
But enough about Blades in the Dark.
At least you don't break your legs in this, so it's better than that.
True. There isn't a table where Goku gets decapitated if he rolls badly.
Yeah.
This freaking game.
Mm-mm.
Yes, Podsmith.
Like he's just such a hack, the Pond
It
Smith.
really is. It really is.
Like he has his moments, but like in a phoning in competition, he would win the gold medal. That's so freaking amazing.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's one of the hugest things about this is just like when you sit and you look at his body of work and then you go and you look at especially like Cyberpunk Red, the realization sinks in very quickly. Yeah, you got all these production values to do the art, the cool other stuff that's mainly visual, but then when you just break it down, what did you do with the system, dude? You didn't really do much.
Yeah. Like I'm sitting here with my brain works like that. As I'm sitting here, like, how do you fix this? And the answer is you don't. Like, you can't.
You don't.
Like,
You just do something else.
there's stuff you can obviously just take out. Like, who needs the freaking mental stat in this? It's just gonna be a who is dumber competition because it's funny. Because no one in Dragon Ball needs to be smart. That's just not necessary. Like there's no situation in which Goku being smart would have helped anything. And yes, it's funny that he is stupid, and that's also true at the table. So being stupid is funny. Being smart is nothing in the game because it's not important. It doesn't help. Because you're just a meat man who slaps meat together to make strong. And that's kind of a failing, of course, of the game we are trying to simulate here. Dragon Ball's fighting really is very shallow. So in a way, in a way, this is all true to the actual product, because in Dragon Ball, there's this guys you can't fight because you're just too weak, and you don't really know in advance sometimes if you're gonna die if you fight someone. But yeah, but like I don't know what. It's one of those situations where I'm like, I don't know how I would have written this either. But this ain't it. I can tell you that this ain't it.
This ain't it, yeah.
Like movement never matters, mental never matters. Physical and combat are kind of the same fucking stat. Just one is tanking, the other is attacking. So maybe you add a reflex stat for evasion and make that at least matter. So that a normal fighter would have to have 2 stats, maybe 3.
Yeah.
And
I
then
err towards 3, but yeah.
Yeah. And then you are like, hey, you have to in a thing akin to World of Darkness, you have 1 good and 1 bad and 1 medium stat. Please pick.
Yeah.
So Chunk would be high physical and the reflex man would be low physical. Yeah. And then they both would have average combat, and then their other stat is their dump stat.
Yep.
And then movement just flies out the window because no one cares.
No one cares, and it doesn't affect anything. It just doesn't.
But
it's
movement side of the times that it's there because back in the day you had to have like a movement stat because it's just like, but D&D has it, and other games, tactical games have it. We are fighting. We have to have a grid, right? And they ask you, what grid will you want in which Goku flies 110 move?
Yeah, like, see, yeah, it just immediately defeats itself, the argument that, what about the grid? Because at the end of the day, we only ever do it for a plot convenience. Somebody can move fast enough. Yeah. That's it. It's never for an actual tactical thing, etc. And if they really wanted to do this, like, they could have done so many things. Maybe there's you have to power up over a number of rounds and unleash a blast. Maybe throw this bonus dice shit out the window. I don't know. There's just so many little things they could have done differently. Maybe make the numbers smaller. I don't know, because you're adding 3d6.
Yeah. Like, okay, now that I've thought about it a bit more, so I would keep to mental, physical, and combat being like 3 priorities you have to have. because like I can't think of other stats that matter. So let's do that. And then obviously that translates to like, let's say 8, 11, 14 or something. I don't know. And then instead of skills, you just have power, like feats, basically. Like, can you fly? Okay, if you can fly, then this. Can you energy blast? Okay, that adds this. Can you this, that, and the other thing? And then with XP, you could just level your stats, which would then maybe increase defense if you level physical. And then your everything else keys off of your powers. Because that seems like way more doable than this.
Yeah. And the funny thing is that together we're accidentally redesigning Big Eye Small Mouth / the Sailor Moon RPG.
Yeah.
Without thinking about it too hard, because that did all that. Like that system did it really well.
Which Big Eye Small Mouth might well be like partially a reaction to this, but this is just like a sad bit of garbage.
Yeah, like it's probably it, because they had 3 stats originally: body, mind, soul, and then all 3 of them are useful in combat in some way. So,
yeah, well, that's it. This is the episode of Chunk.
Chunk-isode.
Chunk is life, Chunk is love. But there was another thing I wanted to do today. Like I knew we wouldn't spend super long on this. Like this is just. Like neither of us really has a big connection to the anime / manga. Like I have read some of it, I've watched some of it. You haven't. Either way, I wouldn't want to be in that universe, and I wouldn't want to play in it because, like, it is such a but everything gets solved by Goku at the end because he's the only guy who's strong enough every time. That I don't need to be there, and I don't. My character would just be like. It's the Elminster situation, except Elminster's a stupid meathead with golden glowing hair.
Oh my goodness, Elminster's himbo arc. Yes. Yeah. Like, oh gosh, that's good. Oh, I like that actually.
If the NPC is just the guy who should be solving it anyway, then why are we here? And yes, I know. Yeah. In the case of Goku, it's like, but he just wants to fight, so he will just throw the fight, until he can't anymore because everyone else has already been defeated, because he thinks everyone else also only wants to fight.
Yep, like this is also one of those conundrums in tabletop role-playing games. How do we make a game interesting that's just about people who just want to fight? And the answer is to look to other mediums. Go and look towards what you do in a strategy game, some sort of board game, etc. Go look towards what they do with their mechanics. Yeah. And ironically, that's why Dallas RPG is so good, because a war gamer made an RPG. And the idea that all these people have all this drama that they need to do, and all these people they need to control, so that they can accrue points at the end of I can't remember what it was called, not session, but like the script. I think that's what they called it. And by the end of the script, whoever has the most points, they did the best job, so they get the best improvements later. Like, you have to look to other mediums at some point. You just have to.
And the thing with Dragon Ball then is that it's just not smart. Like,
it's not.
Like the interest in Dragon Ball, even as a child, never came from, oh, is he gonna win? Because you know he's not good. Like, whoever is gonna lose isn't gonna win. Like, if Krillin is fighting someone, it's about, will Krillin get a good hit in before he's defeated or runs away? ? And then if, like, it's only gonna be Goku who ends it, and like everything around it is like, will side character A achieve objective A? Oh, or will they need help? And will that help come from there? Will they meet a new weird character? Kind of stuff. Like, Dragon Ball does, in the original series, does adventure super well. Because in the original series, it's like, why is this monkey boy so strong? He just punched a dinosaur to death. But there's still guys who can challenge him. Like a normal human wins against him in a tournament, and then he has to go train. Right, that's the first time he goes training.
Mm-hmm.
And then he finds like the Master Roshi is early on. Fuck it, who cares? I don't remember.
Yeah.
But the problem is that then we never evolve anymore from that. But the characters get so strong that you have to eventually have a universe fight competition where 12 universes fight, and then every loser gets destroyed. That's the most recent arc, and that's stupid. We have gone too far. Capitalism should please let this man rest.
Yeah, please.
This is the man who made Arale. I don't know how to say it out loud, but that man, I like that manga way more because it's about a weird little girl robot who likes poop and who will do a race against you.
I like that already. Like, you've already described something that's more interesting to me immediately. It's funny how this is. Like, this almost evolves into a greater discussion of why things in anime work and other things don't. And the same thing with comic books and manga. Is just like, why do we like the Major? Yeah, she's a badass, true, but she goes and has incredibly interesting sex in her off time in the manga. Like,
yeah,
it's there. It's a thing. And Dragon Ball Z, what am I getting out of this? I'm not really getting much. I don't have the angst of Superman here, even though it's supposed to be basically Superman.
Like, yeah, exactly. Like, this is, it fails on every level except on the very basic, it's technically playable level. So it beats some games we've reviewed, but not many.
Yeah. Nobody's going to sit here and tell you that this is Continuum. Nobody is.
Yeah. Like, you can have fun in this, I believe. Like, this would be the kind of game, like, if I discovered this at age 12, 13, 14, something, I would have found this really cool and I would have tried to have fun in it. Because it's like, well, I could be a really strong guy and punch super hard and bend like an aircraft or lift an aircraft carrier. Fuck yeah. And at least it's like not mutants and masterminds, but to do the same thing, I would have to do like go to college first to get a maths degree.
Oh my god! Like, whenever we do mutants and mastermind, like, we're just gonna. We're gonna have to like have a detox afterwards.
I'm gonna be real with you. Every single time, like, we could do mutants masterminds, my brain is just, but I don't wanna.
I don't want to either.
I never like tell you that it's the next one. Because no,
it's one of those things where we would constantly reference it, but really don't want to do it. But it's in the opposite direction of Fatal, where Fatal is just gross, but Mutants and Masterminds is just. Can you bring your graphing calculator? Like, that's all it is. Graphing calculator, the game.
The graphing game, yeah.
The graphing game.
But yeah. I would rate this a cash grab out of 10 on the Pondsmith scale. Because there's some games he cared about, but this is not one of them. Like, he will still forget basic things in the games he does like to care about. But this is like, oh my god. Like, yeah, you had the license, good job. Like, Pondsmith is a really good example of a guy who will just try to do something. He will just ask whoever owned the license for this back in the day, hey, can I make a TTRPG out of this? I'll give you some money. And then Funimation is going to be like, oh, really? Money? That sounds good to me. Because there's no way Funimation was like, we should make a TTRPG. Let's ask back Pondsmith.
Yeah, there's no way. It always flowed the other direction. It's funny because Pondsmith, he did do the tabletop role-playing game version of one of my favorite novels of all time, When Gravity Fails. But that's because When Gravity Fails is a cyberpunk setting. And he wanted to do here's how you can use cyberpunk rules to play in that setting. And he actually took the author, George Alec Effinger, sat down with him, talked about what should be in this book, what's the actual history, etc. Like, he actually did the work. And that product is an interesting time capsule because it's one of those moments where Mike Pondsmith's voice is not that strong because They listen to the original author instead. Whereas this, it's just nothing but his voice. Nothing at all. Like I don't feel anything but Pondsmith looking at this.
Yeah, it is funny as a parting thought. I mean, we do have to do our usuals. Bulma is the one character actually is lower than 40 attribute points.
Huh.
You couldn't even give her like a good movement.
No.
Because they say 5 to 7 is average for a human.
Yeah. Like they didn't even want to give her like a super high mental.
Yeah, that's crazy. She still has the highest mental out of everyone, but it's only 12. Like everyone else is like single digits to 10. Oh wait, Kami, 14. Okay, God himself.
God himself
is too smarter than a woman. And I guess they couldn't. Oh, that's why, isn't it? Because the Kami, like, okay, it's not Kami is really that strong, but that's not the point of Kami. Should be way more smart than 14.
Way more.
But also Bulma should have at least, like, let's see, 11. So Bulma could have 29 mental and it would be fine.
I think I'd be fine. It's Bulma. Like,
yeah,
that's her point, honestly.
At least she would have a good gadgeteer skill then. Holy shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Like she builds their rockets and shit. She would have to be good at that.
Yeah, because what is it, like difficulty 26 to do crazy shit? And she does crazy shit.
I have to go to the list of, like, where is it? Where is your skill thing? Oh my god, this PDF. I think we're almost there. There. So, but she did it. She did invent a hyperdrive motor. She built the rockets they fly to other planets with.
Mm-hmm.
She couldn't do that with her stats.
Oh, surely couldn't.
Also, this implies that this guy is at least 50.
Yeah.
Oh, no, wait, it doesn't, because he writes shit. Like,
oh, is this supposed to be a self-own? This is a bad product. He couldn't do it.
Yeah, maybe this means that he is just normal and he just can't do a good one. Maybe this is a call for help. Like, he has to keep writing them because it's the only way he can make money, but he's bad.
Oh my gosh.
He knows it.
Is Pondsmith that guy that's like seated before the Emperor, and instead of keep clapping, you love my performance, it's keep writing the TTRPG, keep writing the TTRPG. I want to play in this universe.
But my fingers are bleeding. I cannot write more. Please.
I have blood all over the dice from rolling this.
Why must it be D6 on 800s? Like,
why? Because the cube is perfect. Don't question me.
Oh god. No, like he is too much of an egomaniac to do that, but yeah.
No,
he inadvertently did a cell phone because holy crap, did you not write a good book here? Like, I don't think it's possible to make a good RPG that does Dragon Ball. Because it is ultimately not a good setting for playing in. Like, it's a good setting to imagine yourself being the strongest in. And having a cool, dumb friend in Goku. It's just very like adolescent fantasy kind of thing. But no, like if you think this, like, it's the case. This is very much a case of the Indiana Jones RPG, where it's like one person is the cool guy, and then the rest of them have to be a short round, and that's how the real game would be, where you mostly are just ineffectual.
Exactly.
Yeah. But also, again, you're about as strong as a 10-year-old child in this at the start of the game, so
yeah, you are. Accept it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Drake, let's do real quick, and then we can go to the interview. What's your favorite thing about this?
My favorite thing is the fact that I never have to play. No, that's a cop out.
Yeah.
I will never say no to this art style.
Yeah, Toriyama has a good art style.
Yeah, and it serves well. And I could tell some of this was somebody else attempted to imitate him directly, and they did a good job.
It might actually be from like art books. I don't know.
It might be, yeah.
Might be someone doing the art. Yeah, who knows? Like
Like a couple of these.
A lot of people that are like crazy artists. So they got their start by just tracing Dragon Ball.
Yeah.
Because it has
Oh yeah.
it has a good style where you can do that and have cool results.
Yeah.
Toriyama is like very much a genius.
Very much so. Like if somebody went back in time and said we're going to do a Chrono Trigger animated series, oh my goodness,
Yeah.
Toriyama all the way.
My favorite thing is Chunk, and by extension, that this game is broken by anyone who plays it automatically. Like that's amazing. Yep. That's not often the case. They have to appreciate that it's that out of whack. What's your least favorite thing?
My least favorite thing is that from the start you can roll a character that can lift a mountain and they don't even think about it.
Yeah. Wow, you don't like Chunk. Wow.
I love Chunk. I want to run a werewolf silly game sometime and you should play him there. But yeah.
I want to play Chunk in anything.
That would be fun.
But yeah, you have on a normal level, you're correct. Like the game is so broken. Holy shit.
That's the example to point to.
Yeah.
Because it's like that's why I drew your attention to that table because it was the perfect example. There's other examples, but it's the perfect one.
My least favorite thing, movement.
Oh my God.
It serves no purpose, doesn't have to be there. And why would I pay for it in the system when I could just pay other things and movement? I can just drive a car then. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like what's the point of it? There's none, and you never made it matter in the whole book. So fuck off.
Exactly.
Like if evasion depended on movement, then you couldn't have Goku go 110, but come on, at least it would do something then. It's literally superfluous, and you shouldn't stat it if you play this game.
No, you shouldn't.
You should take the absolute minimum your GM allows you to take.
Yeah. And everything, yeah. Except for the thing you want to take.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, would we play this? No. Like, I would play this with Akira Toriyama, but he's dead, so. I would only play it. Want to do that though because we would present with some stupid shit. That would be great. Like they should have set this in the normal Dragon Ball universe where it's like Goku is still like 10 years old and not the strongest. And other guys, there's just random guys who are strong. And then you can have at least a fun setting to play in.
Exactly. Like, I have no shade on the setting. Like,
yeah,
I'm a big fan of stuff being out there. Like,
exactly. Yep.
Far-flung future, far-flung past, those can be a lot of fun. Like, no notes. Just bluntly, that's it.
Yeah. And Dragon Ball always had this kitchen sink where anything could be over the horizon. That's cool.
Yeah.
And then they just like it eventually just changed to being about who's stronger punch. Though you good, me better, and that's it. But yeah, the other thing we want to do, because I knew this wouldn't be a long review, is look at Mr. Mike Mearls talking about his time at D&D. For reference for this one, this guy left the company after 5e came out, I think. Sometime after 5e. He was not involved with 5.05 rather. But he will be... The voice we are about to hear, like, I'm... Gosh, he's going to talk so much, Drake.
He is. He talks... He's only asked, like, 4 questions the whole time, and he talks so much.
Yeah. So we'll have to maybe actually do this in 2 parts because it's just too much.
Yeah, or try to hit the highlights as much as possible.
I don't know what the highlights are.
Yeah, that's like me saying what's the highlights of War and Peace. Like that's how much he talks. So.
Yeah. But yeah, let's just listen to the man speak for a bit, and then we're gonna talk about what he's saying. And again, we are looking at this from the viewpoint of this is a designer who gave us 5e, which is a very successful product.
Yeah.
Did he draw the right lesson from what came from that and what he made or had making? And is he like what wrong thoughts are there? Because we know from this interview is only 10 months old, but he's talking about the time obviously before. We know D&D in current year is struggling.
Yeah.
And we like it struggling on a meta level because we don't want everyone to just play D&D in all their life.
Yeah.
But also, like, they were on top of the pile. How come they managed to be there and so on and so forth? That's the kind of the angle we're going to go. So yeah, let's go. This is on Questing Beasts channel. If you want to watch it yourself, I'm going to actually drop you the link right in. Because we might talk over it and stuff, blah blah blah. I won't want to. This is the guy who did the interview. I don't think he's in it very much because Mike Wells loves to speak. But you'll see that yourself. So let's go.
And now here is one of the most fascinating discussions about RPGs that I've had in a very long time. What was the original vision for 5e? And I guess you could talk about edition changes too, like moving from 4e to 5e, how you saw that shift changing and what the goals were.
Yeah. So, for 5e, at the time with 4e, we had lost a lot of fans. They had hopped over to Pathfinder, and so in some ways, it's an easy addition change to consider because internally your sales are, at the time, the sales are way down. We had missed the mark with 4e in terms of the business side of it. And there's a lot of reasons for that. Now, one of the things I want to say too is when people get the sense of 4E, was it a bad game? I think 4E was a good game aimed at the wrong audience.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
I'll say that real quick. 4E is very much based on just picking your what's it called? What your keywords and using them. The problem is that you can't make every character be a wizard and expect that to go over with people who aren't used to that.
Yeah.
And that's what they did. They gave everybody just basically spells. Even the fighter would have spells. Because everyone had and get unlimited and then limited in different ways powers, and it makes no sense why your dwarf can only do the big axe attack once. Especially if they can miss, which is often the case.
Yes, that was a huge part of that. The DNA of 4E is very important also to consider over and over again because that's why we have Lancer today. Lancer borrows a lot of elements from 4E.
Oh yeah, for sure. Games like it, yeah. They made it because back then they were trend chasing.
Yep.
They were out of ideas for what to do with D&D. So they made a bad edition. And in retrospect, it allowed them to make a good version of the previous edition afterwards.
Yep.
It's 5e. They couldn't just release a 5e immediately because it would have been too similar.
Yeah,
they kind of had to fail to make it.
And yeah.
Okay, let's see where it goes.
Was trying to sell to the 3.5 fan, who is probably at the end of the day someone who really wanted a very detailed system that answered a lot of questions in a very simulation kind of way. Hey, what would happen if I tried climbing a wall that was covered in melted butter, right? Okay, we have a DC for that, right? Where 4E was much more coming at it from, well, what if we kind of abstracted those things out? When we talk about the MMO influence, it's not literally we're managing aggro and we're on a raid and blah blah blah. It was much more the idea that it's super easy to get into, and the game just really focuses on the stuff that's fun, like fighting monsters, getting treasure, speaking in funny voices, right? So you had that game which tried to abstract a lot of stuff away, aimed at an audience that maybe really wanted the opposite. They wanted stuff very detailed. So in looking at it, what we started with, the very earliest steps was thinking, okay, can we just get the 3.5 audience back? But and I think that if Pathfinder didn't exist, fifth edition probably looks a lot like a 3.5 that's been cleaned up.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Pretty much it, yeah.
Because yeah, it would. Because 3.5 is a huge stupid beast with big power creep in it that eventually just went stupid.
Mm-hmm.
And
Oh, yeah.
also very unbalanced, which is why Pathfinder was such a good value proposition back in the day.
Yeah.
Pathfinder's pitch, never mind if they like succeeded with it ultimately or not, was we balanced 5e, 3.5e.
Oh, yeah.
At least at the other levels they kind of did. I want to point
They
out.
did. Yep.
Sorry. Just real quick. He's gonna do something I really hate, which is he's gonna use the filler word to write a lot. I hate that. It's gonna make me cringe every time he does. So
Oh, yeah.
I will persevere, but I will fucking hate it. Because it's a dumb filler word, my man. I hate it. You are just say like you're just agreeing with yourself. What you just said.
Yes.
It is the worst, one of the worst filler words. Please don't do it. Please just try to train it out of you. I know you are an old man, but still, come on. What did you want to say? Sorry.
Oh, Pathfinder in its current ethos is an overcorrection. That's what I was going to say.
Yeah, absolutely. Like 2E overcorrects even more into Pathfinder 2E overcorrects even more.
Yeah, and that's the big takeaway with Pathfinder for me. It forgets the fun part and focus entirely on the people who there are not actually there to roleplay. They're there to use the graphing calculator.
Just
so
again,
yeah.
we talked about this a lot before. Like it's my go-to example still. Oh, I'm playing a character who has wings. When can I fly? Oh, 17th level if you take 5 feet. I can a mage fly. Oh, 5th level he takes the spell fly. Okay, what's my point of having fucking wings then? Yeah, but is it unlimited? Oh, no. It's like 10 minutes a day.
Yep.
Are you crazy? And D&D does that too, 5e, with more and more stuff. Which is also bad. Like, they're so afraid to give players freedom.
Yeah. Whereas, like, even a low-powered vampire in World of Darkness, yes, you can punch the car so hard that it falls over on its side.
Yeah,
you're allowed to do that as a starting Brujah.
Yeah, the go-to example is always like obfuscate. It's like, wait, I can just be invisible at will forever and walk around and do stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, you put 3 points to obfuscate. You can do that at the starting character, no problem.
Exactly. You mean I can tell people to go fuck themselves? Yes, dominate. It like you get to be a vampire, and the biggest problem is that now everybody's watching Freerun, and everybody wants to be a character from Freerun. You cannot be that in D&D until much later. You can't.
Yeah, like yeah, we need a game for that though. What's the game for that?
Oh, I don't know. Fabula Ultima?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. I give Fabula the magic in Fabula is too limited. But
yeah.
Let's go. Let's try.
Let's go. Let's do this.
But because Pathfinder existed, and Pathfinder basically they already did that. They took 3.5 and were like, well, we play the heck out of this game. You know, I know a lot of people who were at Paizo at the time. They played a lot of D&D. They wrote a lot of D&D books. So they took 3.5 and cleaned it up. So for us to come in and say, okay, we're just going to take 3.5 and clean it up, like, well, we're just recreating Pathfinder. Now we're fighting with Pathfinder for their audience. So one of the things I did, and I'm a big data nerd. I'm like, I have a background as a programmer. And I really just like this idea of trying to attack things in a very practical manner. And so I just thought, okay, what if we think of D&D as like a digital service? You know, like we just, what do our users want? When people play role-playing games, like what is it that they need to enjoy playing the game? So I went back and looked at all the historical sales numbers. And it was really interesting seeing how things had changed over the years. Where, like when 3.0 launched in 2000, there was this huge surge of players coming in. And then within like a year, like I think in 2001, 2002, like that surge just woomph went way down. And then when 3.5 came out, it didn't recapture that big peak.
My dude, sales numbers.
Yep.
What are you talking about? Like you brought out the 3.0 Player's Handbook and DM Guide and Monster Manual within a year, 2000.
Yeah.
You made your fucking money. What super important book that everyone needs that you released in 2001? Oh, right, nothing. I don't care what came out. It's like the 3 books are the ones you need. The other ones are nice to have. So fewer people
Yep.
buy them. Like, it's not rocket science.
It really isn't.
You can't look at sales numbers like that and be like, ooh. And when 3.5 came out, many people didn't. Yeah, because the casual people who want to play D&D, I mean, they can play 3.0 and it's imbalanced and shit, but it's good enough for them.
Yeah.
It's a half edition. No one should care. And for a long time, me as a youngling didn't even know there was a difference. Like because it was never really made that obvious to me that there's a difference between this book and that book. Like 3.5, what does it mean?
Mm-hmm. Yep. That's one of the biggest problems with the edition wars at the end of the day is even somebody who's in the medium who is a kid or casual or, not as like up to the elbow deep as you and I are in our present form today, they will never know the difference. Like, what's 2E versus 3E? Oh, they got rid of Thaco. Oh, okay. That tells you something immediately.
Yeah.
But that was pretty much the one thing that people told me that really sat with me. And then the other thing is everybody has a standard EXP rate.
Yeah, and strength hasn't a D100 in it anymore.
Yeah, like there you go. You named the 3 things. Whereas trying to explain the difference between 3 and 3.5 or 5 versus 5.05, it's hard. It's genuinely hard.
Like the skill list is different in 3.5 compared to 3, and then I would argue that 3.5 to 3 is a much bigger difference than 5.05 to 5.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
which is why
objectively.
Yeah, why I have never understood the pitch of why I need the new version. And I think many people back in the day also didn't understand that.
No, nobody did, honestly.
Yeah.
It did fine. Like, you could think of like in the context of the D&D business post the 3.0 launch. It's like, it's 2002. How's the business doing? Okay, well, it's down from where it was, but it's doing okay. It was still doing okay with 3.5. The people who bought 3.0 then didn't come back. They hadn't come back. And as you went back further in time, you could see things like in the early 80s, like, TSR is selling like hundreds of thousands of copies.
So I must pause again. There's another reason why people maybe didn't come back. Because you released the half edition and people had the internet in the 2000s.
Yeah.
It wasn't great, but it was good enough to download the PDF of your game and then run it and not feel bad because they just bought this. When did 3.5 to 3 come out? It's not many years apart, right?
Yeah.
In that
really
case,
not.
It's like, wait.
Yeah, 3.5 was July 2003.
Yeah, imagine being told like, yeah, no, we made a new one 3 years later. This isn't like a video game where you get better graphics in the sequel.
Yeah,
those people just had to spend like big money on 3 books of yours. Well, obviously, they're gonna not want to spend again on the same books, which are like some detailed changes in them. No, they're gonna get the fucking PDF.
Yeah.
Or just not care. Probably that. Honestly. Like I didn't.
And
my friends and I didn't care particularly which version of stuff was what.
Yeah, it really didn't. And this chart you have on screen is like a really good illustrative thing here.
Mhm.
Third edition lasted 8 years before they started pumping out fourth edition. Fourth edition lasted 6 years before they started pumping out fifth edition.
Yeah.
Fifth edition has lasted this long. Like, and I say lasted, it's more like out of laziness, not out of actual innovation.
Yes. Devkin67, thank you for the raid. Hello.
Hello.
We are listening to Mike Mearls talk about the history of D&D and commenting on it right now. We just reviewed the Dragon Ball game. It was not good. What did you do?
No.
Also a podcast. What did you podcast? What's happening?
What's going on?
Well, answer at your leisure. We're going to continue this.
Copies of like these 32-page modules, and thinking, well, just like what I think happens in TTRPGs is people would look at that and go, well, that was like a different time. But like my brain was like, well, wait a sec, more people play games now than ever. And so if we could sell 100,000 copies of a 32-page module in 1983, just practically speaking, we should be able to sell a lot more, right? Like in 2012, 13, 14. Like,
no, because it sucks what you brought out. Your adventures have always been bad, man. The adventures, visual adventures are shit.
Mm-hmm.
People write better stuff in the open like community instead of themselves.
Mm-hmm. Yep, always. Goodman Games has done more than anybody in this regard.
So that's great. Oh God, what's happening? What's going on? Why is this head the perfect landing platform for jet engine?
Yes.
I mean,
yes, that does kind of look like a runway.
I don't want to make fun of somebody's looks. And he is like, how old is he? 60? I don't know. He's
it's the headphones. It makes his head look funny, honestly.
Yeah, the headphones don't help because they also take out, like it feels like they take out this part of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it makes his head look like it's shaped like a peanut, which it's not. It's not.
Yeah.
This is also the guy who wrote Iron Heroes for people who are real ones who remember every episode.
We're going to get to that. But yes, this is a man who wrote Iron Heroes, which we were lukewarm on at best. Because we were like, why are you doing D&D again, man? And it's
come here. It had good ideas, but oh my God.
But yeah,
no.
The problem, obviously, that any TTRPG faces is this. We have a potential market of, I don't know, like many people, right? But most people aren't going to buy it. Most people are these days going to copy it from the internet or something. That's neither here nor there, because people do that by and large, I believe, couldn't buy it if they wanted to. Like, they don't have money, they don't have the means to do it. Or they make the irrational and good decision to rather pay rent than pay for TTRPG. But also, once you have brought out your big book or books, that's it. Like you have to kind of plan a very hybridy business where whatever you bring out after your big book, that's going to sell for sure because it's your system itself. This is Mike Mearls Curry. He is a designer on D&D, or was. He was let go after 5e came out. Or he left, I don't know, the internal things. I don't think he left on bad terms. What was I saying? Right. Once your big book has come out, your sales are gonna be like a 10th for the rest of what you're going to bring out until you bring out the next edition of your big book or another big book of a different game. Mm-hmm. And for the most part, except if you aren't one of the few big companies, even you don't even have that. You don't have the big book. It's a very shoestring budget thing. And this man was very lucky to be on the side where you could sell 100,000 copies of a module at any point, ever. Because if your model, like a 32-page module, costs like, I don't know, $10, $20. I think it's like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's say 15. That's 1.5 million. So you can pay 10 dudes for a year with that money.
Yeah.
That's a luxury that most TTRPG companies don't even have. Having 10 dudes on retainer for a year? Crazy. One product? No.
Well, the funny thing is that that's exactly what MCDM is basically doing with his product. He has 10 guys on retainer right now, most of them artists, but that's his plan. And I'm clapping quietly, going, "Yeah, go for it, man.
Yeah, but my point is like,
Do it."
the Fabio Ultima people were like 3 dudes doing their game. And now,
Yes.
they suddenly have money. Like they're suddenly in that space where they have the ability to maybe get a bigger team. But mostly, I brought out my Heartbreaker game that I like. I really think my Blister Critters game is going to sell 100,000. No, it's not.
No.
Sorry, but it's not. And it's not going to get return business on the face of 100,000 people either.
No.
So it's probably a hobby. You're lucky if you can live off of your writing in this field. So
very lucky, extremely lucky.
The way the D&D alone looks at this stuff is just different from everybody else.
There's just way more people are playing games. 12 million people are playing World of Warcraft. Like, where are all these people?
Yeah, in World of Warcraft, man, they don't have time.
Yeah, in World of Warcraft.
I'm pausing again immediately. This is the reason. This man, I believe, when he says things like this, had a hand in doing 4E like he did, like making a domain like game. Which again, we both like 4E as a game, but we don't like it as a D&D product.
Yeah, like honestly, if somebody told me tomorrow, "Hey, here's this game. Fighters can bonk 2 people every round, something, I don't know," and they went on about like the powers, be like, "Oh yeah, that sounds like that could be fun." But then as soon as they said, "Oh, but it's D&D," the record just scratches immediately, and we all look at you and go, "Who are you?"
But like, more people, like this man is equivocating computer games and TTRPGs. It's like saying, "Man, so many people watch movies. How come no one saw Morbius?"
Oh my god,
that's even in the same fucking genre. You can't just equivocate things. Not everyone who plays computer games will want to play D&D. Not everyone who plays D&D plays computer games. I know both kinds of people. Everyone does. Admittedly, many people now play at least some computer games, even if they otherwise don't have much of a gaming hobby in themselves.
Yeah.
But that's been my dad, who plays Heroes of Might and Magic 3 forever. You can't get him to buy any game at all because he has this game. He will have it until the day he fucking dies.
Yeah.
And that's it's not everybody who buys something is a product is automatically interested in another thing you are making.
Yep.
And the idea that they might be is stupid.
Want role-playing games. And so we were in some ways we're forced, because in the marketplace, like, okay, just revising 3.5 doesn't make any sense because that's Pathfinder. But also thinking like, well, maybe 3.5 was just wrong. Like maybe 3.0 was wrong. And that was like the big turning point for me, is like, yeah, maybe 3.0 was like a good idea. Like a lot of stuff worked. But and this is kind of what the conclusion we came to looking at it was, well, maybe it was just too complicated. Because
No, it wasn't.
No, honestly, yeah. I played it for so long, and it wasn't because it was complicated. It was because I could play it at 2 a.m. without a problem.
Like D&D 3 or any D&D really, they have always been on the, let's say, somewhat complicated side of games.
Yeah.
But that's not a minus.
Nah.
Like, it is in the sense of you stumble into the path of, well, but this isn't defined in the rules, so I don't know what to do with some people, right? But
yeah,
no, it's not too complicated. It's very difficult to make a game that's about rolling 1d20 and adding a number to it too complicated in the end. Like, the game is always going to have things it doesn't explain, things it doesn't talk to you about that are important. And then it's going to have maybe rules that only apply to very particular situations that you will forget in the moment. But if the game can be boiled down to, you have plus 10 to this roll, yeah, it's not that hard. It's do a 15 and it's fine. then it's not too complicated. And that's what D&D was always.
Mhm.
Like, sure, there's like, oh, this monster is special and you have to fight a particular way, but then nerds don't have a problem remembering that shit. I
Yeah.
think, like, that's actually a plus. And if your game is too simple, you always run into the problem of replayability. Like,
I mean, okay.
so
Yep.
you go. Or you go.
I like when somebody goes, this monster, this has this complication. We've all done Hygen the Unclean in Naxxramas. Shut up. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine. Like adding another layer of complication. Oh no, the monster's a little harder. But that's the whole point of when they say they want things even simpler for 5e or that 3 was too complicated. You lost me. I liked having the chart that had, I don't know, 7 or 8 different difficulty classes on it.
Yeah.
Now we only have 3.
Yeah.
Fuck you. That's not what you needed to simplify.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Like, and the thought experiment here is obviously also just like they were making an iteration on 2e. And the other thing I just remember from 2e is that like every rogue had their D100 table of abilities. And otherwise there weren't any abilities. And that was bad. Giving everyone abilities, great change, good change, and worth its own edition on its own, honestly. Like, did this stick the landing on how it worked? I would say no. Because you would just level the same like 2-3 stats forever.
Yeah.
But they did it, and it felt good to have like perception as every class, and have climbing as every class, and so on. And this is changes enough to have a new edition after several years.
It is.
And they couldn't have come out with a completely different game. But let's see where he goes with this.
The other thing going on at this time, this is like around 2010, 2011, is board games are getting more and more accessible, and more and more people are getting into board games. Another kind of quiet thing people don't really think of, because it just sort of happened, was games like Magic the Gathering and trading card games are a lot more accessible than they used to be. If you think back when Magic first came out, or in the 90s, the sets were just kind of like, here's cool cards. At least cards the designers thought were cool. But now, like, I know if we were to sit down and play some Magic, like, I could just go over to a booster box, grab 6 boosters and hand them to you and say, hey, you can make a fun playable deck with these. And I'm like, right, like that will happen. Like that has been designed. The card set, the collation, the cards that are in each pack, that will happen. Like you might need some help from me, like if you haven't played before. Well, here's how to build your deck, but you're going to have a fun playable deck. You couldn't do that in 1998, even up to like 2005 with Magic. Like,
who cares? We are now in tangent land where I don't know what he's even getting to.
I don't even know either.
Like he said, board games were getting more accessible and Magic was getting more accessible. So it's like, are they competition? No. These are all still different activities. Magic is a 1v1 or 2v2 PvP game. And board games are fucking board games. Board games can be anything, but they aren't TTRPGs. There's not going to teach you looking anyway, except TTRPG. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's a good point. That's what I was trying to say, but didn't really see the words. Yes. Like he is like looking at what other things are people doing. Why aren't they all playing D&D all of the time and giving us the money? Because variety, my dude. Variety is of interest. Also, like D&D, like what they should have done way earlier is make D&D like not be a like nerdiest of nerd hobbies, because that's what accidentally happened when Critical Role came along, and they were like, oh, that's a bunch of cool people. Travis looks really jacked, and Nora Bailey is a pretty lady.
Yes, you nailed it.
And they're playing D&D. What? And they're having big fun. And these are all people like who have their shit together. They're professional voice actors and stuff. They build an audience that at least like has heard of them. Whoa, I'm gonna check that out. And then suddenly D&D was cool.
Yep.
And that's what he never did. Why was Warcraft successful? Because everyone was playing it. Because it was kind of the big game of the time. because
It was more
cool.
accessible than all the other MMOs.
It was accessible, and it was like, honestly, back in the day, everyone played it, so it was cool. That's where kind of what cool is, isn't it? Everyone wants to do it. And with World of Warcraft, it's a low bar of entry. Board games, it's just board games back in 2010, 14. That's the era of like kickstarting those things, where people who always wanted a board game about gardening can now give a man money to make that game. And then they're going to have their gardening game. So, yeah, more people were playing that too, because it's like, yeah, more stuff came out. It was a bigger market because more people were getting interested in it.
Yeah.
And
the funny thing is friend of the channel, Notepad Anon, literally does this.
Yeah.
Somebody says, please make a yaoi furry RPG for me. He says, okay.
Yeah, pay me. Pay me
Exactly.
first. Otherwise, I won't.
Maybe.
But yeah, but if you pay me, I will. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, he's looking at other things and it's like, well, why do we have that success? That's like every manager is out of ideas in a company asking why they aren't selling 10 times what they're paying, what they're selling. The answer is because your product isn't reaching these niches, because these niches aren't interested in your product.
Yeah.
And you can't just manufacture an interest.
You really can't. You really can't.
It has, like, again, you could have maybe done it if you had in 2010, like at the start of streaming, been like, hey guys, let's find a bunch of cool people who are in the hobby for some reason. Like we know the people who are in the hobby who are like who have a reach, and put them in a room and do like a live play and film it. But they never did. Like, I'm not saying this man should have had this idea, obviously. Like that's something retrospect tells you, right? But looking into all directions, like, oh, why people are buying so many cars? How come they aren't buying our game? What? It's different.
So different. Oh my god.
Cars into D&D because many people like cars. Like, oh my god.
You know, you're gonna get cards,
Transformer
but, like, can they
RPG.
get deck?
Yeah.
And so thinking in that term of like, okay, how can we make this game easier to get into? And how can we focus on what gets you excited about the game?
Like, for real though, D&D is not hard to get into. It never was.
No, never was.
Like, the process
it's pretty easy.
Roll, like, okay, your first character shouldn't be a wizard, but otherwise you're fucking good. Just make your first character like a rogue or fighter, and you're fine. Roll 6 stats, put them in the thing where it says, oh, you're playing a fighter, you rotate 18, put that in strength. You need that. Okay, cool. Why? Oh, you hit with that. Oh, understood. Like, it's not hard. You're done in 10 minutes. That fighter is fucking made in 10 minutes. And maybe like 30 if you actually look at all the feats first. Like, it's not hard. There's almost never an accessibility problem with this stuff.
Never.
It is an engagement problem.
It is. It's purely engagement. Yeah.
Anyone, I'm convinced, we could sit down in front of Beyond All Reason and let them play, and get to I can beat the easy AI level in like a few games, even if they've never played before, just because. If they have the interest to sit down in the first place, they can learn the skill. It's not difficult. Like, but the problem is that many people just didn't want to engage with it in the first place because they thought, like, role-playing games, that's nerd shit. And they never, but because these people see themselves as nerds and as alpha nerds, they never wanted to change that perception because they thought it's a badge of honor, kind of. It's an exclusive club.
Oh yeah. Yep. Because it stems from the whole social thing of, oh, the jocks won't let us in. Cool, I'll make my own club with blackjack and hookers.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
That's the other thing, was thinking 3.5, when you think of like the marketing for like a 3.5 book,
I don't know.
it would often be like, oh, there's 100 new feats in this book. There's a new prestige
believe
class
you.
that combines the spell progression of a wizard with the spell progression of a cleric, right? And
Okay, I have to. I have to ask this to you because I've never seen a shred of marketing for any TTRPG book ever. What marketing did they do? Like, did they? It must be like Dragon Magazine. Like, what is he talking about?
So that's the two avenues. There's local gaming store and Dragon Magazine. That was it. So maybe Polyhedron Magazine, but that was really rare by comparison. Like they didn't. By the time 3.0 was a thing, Polyhedron wasn't advertising things for 3.0. They were putting their own stuff in there. Like that's what birthed D20 Modern was. It was a Polyhedron thing based on 3.0. And that's the whole thing. Like he's full of shit at this point. Like advertising, that's just not really a thing yet. Still,
like we are talking 2010. Are you talking internet advertising? There's no way there was an internet advert for D&D.
No, 4E didn't really have it. No,
they put a poster in the game shop or something.
Yeah, that's it. That was the advertising.
And if that's at 100 feet, it didn't say so. In the middle of it, it said that at where the text goes, because the big thing was probably the logo and piece of art on the poster. Like this is yapping. Holy shit!
It is.
Like if you're into the game, that sounds cool. But if you're like average fantasy enjoyer, you're like, you don't know what that is. Where when you look a lot of what around, like especially the launch of 5th edition, like the launch of 5th edition was like dragons. Do you like dragons? We have a 5-headed dragon here. Like we poured so much of our budget into making this awesome piece of art of the 5-headed dragon that we're going to show you everywhere. It was just like, hey, how do we speak to people who are playing World of Warcraft, who like Lord of the Rings, who like Game of Thrones, but don't know anything about this game, but do know storytelling and probably know role playing conceptually, either because they played Skyrim or they played World of Warcraft, but don't know tabletop role playing. And
okay, wait. When did this start? 2015. They start March 2015. They start. Okay, so and the
release was 2016, but yeah.
yeah, right. It came out. So okay, this is my journey to 5E, right? Oh, 5E's out. I don't care. Do. Oh, that because like I know it's like has this mechanical disadvantage. That's all. I don't really give a fuck. I don't want to play more. I could give it. We're playing Shadowrun right now. Shadowrun is cool. I don't need this. And then I did watch Critical Role shortly after it started airing. It was like, oh, I guess it plays well. Yeah. A year later, hey guys, what it be like in an online game with D5E? And I'm like, sure. You asking me? Sure, let's go. And then I learned the fucking rules. Like it was never. Who cares about how many dragons were on the marketing, dude? Fuck you. Honestly, if you think that mattered to anybody, like yes, sure, in a sense of someone who has never heard of this at all before, you have to get their eyes on you somehow, right? That's his logic. But I say those eyes were never on that, and they never will be on that, man. The interest has to be first. You can't manufacture an interest in a group hobby, but with a picture of a dragon.
No.
No. What are you talking about?
Yeah, like okay, if I wanted to just really analyze what he's saying here, what he's saying is something that applies to romance novels that you find by the check stand at the supermarket. It does not apply to something that you go to a physical brick and mortar store that has absolutely nothing to do with the normal activities that you go on every day. And then you see the thing with the dragon on the cover. That's the big difference here. And it's something that so many people in this hobby just do not understand. Yeah. Is just that you have to go out of your way to find the D&D book. You have to go to that one shelf in Barnes & Noble to find it. You have to. You can't find it anywhere else.
In Germany, you have to go to the hobby store that does it. That's the the role-playing store. It isn't even in other places. Like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, so that's true. Acquisitions Corporate was that for 4E. You are correct. They tried it with 4E and it failed. Maybe that's why they didn't do it with 5. Like Egg Inc., it did run to 5th edition, I think, as well.
Yeah, they did do a book for 5e for Acquisitions Incorporated that to this day is the only official book that I said, please don't use any material from this. It's all useless.
It should have never been a book because Egg Inc. is just like a half role-playing game and half like piss take. I love Egg Inc. Don't get me wrong, but it's just like it's not the most serious thing. It's a showman. It's a showpiece, and you can tell. And that is the difference between Egg Inc. and Critical Role. Is that with Egg Inc., like the first arc of it was a real game because they were just doing a podcast. There was no production value. It was just three players who were webcomic artists and even more bold guy from D&D. Who was his name? Man who lost his soul writing 505 and then left.
Who didn't lose their soul?
But we commented on him particularly because he looked dead when he was like talking about it on this
I know who you mean.
Jeremy Crawford, thank you, Sanat. Yes.
Yeah.
Crawford DMing. Crawford was good DMing for I think. It was good because he was always throwing them like all sorts of punches.
Yeah, I gave him stuff to react to. Like that he did what a good DM should be doing.
Yeah. And it never really felt like it felt on rails though. And everyone was okay with it being on rails and was there for it, which is like for me made it feel unreal as a real thing.
Yeah.
Yes. And yes, I know that they recently switched to Dagger, which is funny. Which is like really funny.
Yeah. It's so funny.
The thing that started to promote 4th edition and then went through 5th edition is now not using 5.505, it's using a Dagger Heart, which is I would say it was always a better fit for their thing. Elysium.
It is. Mm-hmm. Oh, it completely is.
But regardless, like, yeah. No, this man is talking about like no, you never marketed to a new demographic. The things that tried that were the movies, of which only the most recent one is good. And yes, there was more than one D&D movie before. Like the Gamers movies did more to promote TTRPGs than you ever did. Yes.
Objectively, yes, because that was the thing that you turned on when everybody was like at a party or drunk or something. Because it's so you could walk in, watch a funny scene, and walk out. And it's sort of like a National Lampoon movie like that. And it sets in people's brains faster.
Yeah, I will never forget when the wizard dies and then the new wizard joins the party and it's just the same guy. And then they're like, no, you can't. You have to roleplay that you don't trust. Like you don't trust him. Oh, then they roleplay for like 1 second, and then it's fine. Then he goes into the exact same spot this old character was in the marching order, and then they keep going, and then no one ever mentions it again. It's exactly true to life and exactly funny.
Oh my god!
Like,
fuck.
The thing that is really the problem, like, is I would say for like many indie people, like the best RPG ever could be out there on Kickstarter right now, and I would never hear about it unless someone happens to find and tell me about it. Because I'm not gonna go looking because my brain is like full of RPGs I already own or know, and making stuff up for them. Right? That is the DM's life. I can't always go read new games just on a whim and hope they're good. And so how do you reach me with your game? Well, you can't.
Can't.
It's pure happenstance if it happens. And you can't advertise to me because I am fucking uBlock origining the shit out of my browser because it's impossible to use it otherwise.
Yep. Yeah. Yep.
I'm not, and I'm also not like on Reddit to read the roleplay subreddit or something because Reddit sucks. So good luck finding me, and that's many people that I would have general interest, but that's not available. And marketing is stupid, and I do believe it doesn't work. Outside of
It doesn't.
the very basics of, well, I need shampoo. I saw a shampoo ad. It reminded me that I need to buy shampoo. But I would have probably bought that shampoo anyway because I
you probably would have.
because I need to wash my hair ever so often. Or I need food. So I might be inclined to buy milk if I see a milk ad? Question mark. No, I might be inclined to buy milk because I want to eat cereal this week. Like, it's stupid. So much of our economy these days is built on marketing that does not pay for itself in any way. I'm very convinced of that.
That is absolutely true. The only marketing, which I was involved in writing for, is the search engine optimization stuff now. That's it.
Yep.
That's the only thing that pays for itself. And it pays for itself so much that, yes, I was being underpaid for it. I can tell you that much for free. Because when you need a plumber, that's the person who wrote the blurb for you finding that plumber. And it's always for that stuff. Yeah. It's not for, I need to find this place to get a TTRPG. That's not a thing.
I'm curious how much more broken this is these days with AI being like at the top of a research result.
Very broken.
If I type plumber in, do I get a AI chat with a plumber who then tries to show me his ass crack? And then
you do
ERP with the robot. I don't know. It seems more likely than me finding a real plumber these days on the internet.
It is. Objectively, it is. And if you do find SEO online lines written, it's written by AI also now too. Almost all of it is. So there you go. There's some stuff that can't be done, like building the website, but that's a whole separate can of worms. So, yeah. Anyway, the point is, you're right. You do have to go out of your way to find information about this stuff, almost like you need to go to a brick and mortar store, a hobby shop, in order to find RPG books. It's the exact same thing, except online.
Yeah. And it gets... like he has been waffling about the marketing for 6 minutes at this point, just to make this clear.
So, and I remember this so vividly. I remember we had this meeting with the two mechanical designers on the game, Peter Lee and Rodney Thompson. And we basically, this is kind of when we decided, like, okay, we're going to make this game as streamlined as we can within the bounds of our like current audience. Because we also knew the 3.5 audience. We did have to talk to them. We couldn't just ignore them. And Peter Lee said, I'm going to paraphrase here, but it's something he said something along the lines of, if we're going to fail, let us fail by aiming to be too accessible. And I thought, okay, that's a good way to go. So then that's where everything kind of went from there. So it was all about, so that's where things like Advantage came from, where it's like, do people really like having these giant tables of modifiers? Like, okay, watch people play. Do they enjoy using this? No. Okay, get rid of it.
Yeah, I mean, we all agree. Advantage and disadvantage was a very good change.
Yeah.
You can argue about like the intricacies being not intricate enough with it.
Oh, yeah,
who cares? It's quick, and quick beats a lot of things at the table.
Oh. It beats almost everything. Because I always think of the guy at 2 a.m. who's maybe a little tipsy still playing his fighter. I always think of that guy first. Because that's the guy who needs to be able to play the game. Because if we're talking about the guy who plays the wizard guy's already invested. I don't need to think about him.
Yeah, I
don't need to.
Yeah, exactly.
Put an advantage, disadvantage. A system wonk can go on all day about how the math, blah, blah, blah. Like, nobody cares. Like, I don't mean to be rude to that person, but like, people playing the game don't care. They just want to know, oh, this is harder, so now I roll 2 dice. Not, I have to go look at a giant table. Same thing with character classes. Like, one of the things about, like, you know, the fighter and the fighting styles it had. There's one called archery that just makes you better with a bow. Because in 3.5, it's like, I want to be good with a bow. I want to be a cool archer like Legolas. Okay, you need to take fighter. No, actually don't. Take cleric. Take 2 levels of cleric. Take these spells. Now take a level of fighter. Take this feat, then this feat, then this feat. Then take this spell, then take this spell. And, you know, when I spoke earlier of Magic has gotten away from that, right? Like, you know, I play Magic, I play Commander with my family. And you can just play. I want to play a giant dinosaur deck. I get the biggest dinosaurs. I get spells that say dinosaur on them, like say things like dinosaurs get haste. I jam them into my commander deck, and I play, and I will win often enough that I'm happy. And I will have a lot of fun just throwing dinosaurs on the table and making them stomp around. And so that was another place. It's like, yeah, just give an option called archery. And it's like, I want to be a cool archer. Okay, take archery.
I disagree with this take. No, that he's talking about magic.
Yep.
The fighter, the implementation in 5e was shit. Yeah, sure, archery. Oh, yeah, +2 to it. Okay, great. Is it fun? No. Like, they still had very 5e, easy as it was, still had the problem of fighter gets nothing and wizard gets everything.
Yep.
Or caster gets everything, rather. Yeah, every caster is just like...
Yeah, way
advantaged.
too much more stuff by comparison. Yeah.
Like, it wasn't anymore, it was not on the level anymore where the eventual wizard just gains the spell, be a fighter, which was always the funniest thing in 3. You just cast the transformation spell, I forget its name. But
Tensor's transformation.
Yeah, Tensor's, right. And you become an equal level fighter. What? Like, yeah, true. Sorcerer also got shafted. But
yeah,
because Sorcerer, like, it's too few spells. That's why for Sorcerer, every Sorcerer iteration, it gets like the 10 extra spells, 2 per level. Per spell level first. It's just the best picks you can make. Because even if those spells aren't that good, you have 10 extra. It's a lot extra. You have just almost twice as many spells than another Sorcerer would have. Yeah, point being though, like, the problem with non-magic classes in D&D, in 5e and early editions as well, not like it's unique, is that we said initially in 3rd edition you can make a fight in 10 minutes. It's still true in 5th edition. Because they don't get anything. You pick one subclass, you're done. The reason why people like to use magic is that there's decisions to make. Which spell do I take? Which just aren't present when I'm not magically inclined, because they get a feat every 4 levels. Wow. You need maybe one of those to be good at what you're doing, and then nothing else really affects you. He's acting like they improved this shit. They didn't.
A cool archer now. Congratulations, right? Like, and so that was another area. So it was all about ramping up the accessibility while preserving the core experience of, like, hey, I'm playing a role-playing game.
That word.
Kind of taking the lesson from 4E and, we're...
Like, to be clear, accessibility is a buzzword. Like, we said it already. It is not... The accessibility was never the problem. Yes, Advantage made it more accessible. But honestly, what did they do? They took out a few tables. They took out the feat table where it was a big, like, branching tree of feats. That's a good change. It's made them flat. They pick a feat instead of the +2 stats. Blah, blah, blah. But the changes aren't that deep. They are enough to be a new edition. And Advantage Disadvantage really does the heavy lifting. It's a very good mechanic that without it, I don't think 5e would have worked as a new edition. It's the one master stroke they put in.
And that goes back to what the reason why I set up things with, it doesn't have Thaco anymore. That was the one thing.
Yep. Exactly.
And you have to have that one thing.
Yep. True.
Versus 3.5, and then incorporating that into 5e of, like, well, people still want something that feels, they don't want it to be too abstract. There's a sweet spot here, and a lot of the playtest was finding that sweet spot by just, like, rolling out versions of the game and seeing what people reacted to it. It was almost like that old Calvin and Hobbes comic strip where Calvin asks his dad, how do they figure out, like, the weight limit of a bridge? And his dad is like, well, they build the bridge and they put trucks across until it collapses. Then they know that's kind of what we did with 5e, because we didn't have any way to model it out.
So it was...
Does you think that's real? Okay, he waffled for 8 minutes and now we have the interviewer ask another question. I just want to point that out. What was I gonna say? You talked about so many things. Oh yeah,
He
I-
jumps so
I
hard.
just want to comment on. I'm really curious. I'm really curious how much actual playtesting goes on, because I don't as a just a DM veteran, you and I can probably tell how D&D plays by reading it without having to play it ever.
Yep, we can.
Like
Honestly,
I don't believe them that there's months of like playtest back and forth. I just don't. Like, and how much of it is like actual adventure, so much of it is just like combat testing. I'm curious to know because I don't, but I don't believe them that it's like involved like multi-stage process. I just
Yeah.
don't.
I don't
can't.
think it is either.
Like, it's not that hard to. Every freeze frame on this guy is great, by the way. We haven't found a bad one yet.
Yeah, we haven't. This is a really good one.
Yeah. Looks happy at least.
Yeah,
Okay,
exactly.
so I went 5 seconds back to be able to hear the full question. Do you remember, by the way, what the guy asked initially about?
Don't.
It was about what were you doing with the difference between the 4E and 5E release, which in a very
Oh, yeah.
roundabout way he did answer that. It was just like
Yeah,
waffling in
finally.
every direction. Holy shit. My experience with QA is anything QA got shafted by the writers being slow and deadlines creeping close. So QA playtesting got eaten at that time of time. Yeah, but that's true, Raggles. But this is not like software where someone is going to have something like some code put on the server. This is like basically what I have to envision it as is the writer comes over with the version written and goes to like the nerd bunker, and it's like, hey guys, I wrote this new spell, break it. And then they break it, and then they tell him how they broke it, and then they tell him how they think that could be fixed, and then they write the fixed spell. I believe. I don't think it's like playtesting in the traditional sense. And
No, I don't think so.
Like most of D&D, like basic mechanics, you don't have to playtest. We made
You never have to.
We made Advantage. It's just the spell lists, honestly.
Yeah.
And feat abilities, if there are special ones that you have to talk about.
That's it. Like, it's things that need to be play tested is, does this really work quickly? Does this really jive with people? Is this clunky? Is this memorable, etc.?
Yeah.
Not, does this work? Because does this work? Well, it works. Like, I'm just going to break it to all you tabletop role-playing game designers out there. All of it does work. Dragon Ball Z work, but does it do the thing you want it to do?
Yeah, does it play in the sense you want, and does it play well? Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, second question.
What we did with 5e, because we didn't have any way to model it out.
So it was kind of looking back at 3E and 4E. Were you trying to like gather both of those audiences together? But I remember at the time there was also talk of you trying to go even further back and grabbing the 2E and the 1E people.
I mean, a lot of it was thinking when we saw 3. So one of the things that came up, that was interesting to that point, was thinking first, okay, role playing is this activity that like you would think, like, I think if you were to ask someone, again, this is one of the things where, sorry, just
holy crap, man.
People in the tabletop role-playing game industry and hobby tend to think that this is a really weird business that looks like nothing else. And I think that's completely wrong. I think the problem is we think it's weird when it's super normal. So if I went to, say, my wife and said, hey, I met someone who likes Dungeons and Dragons and they played back in the 80s. She would probably reasonably assume that, that person must either still like D&D, or if we were to talk to them about D&D, like your discussion would make sense. Just like if I met someone from the 80s who liked the NFL.
I played tennis 20 years ago. I must like tennis today. What?
Yeah.
No. Like, you at best have memories of doing it that are like, yeah, it's cool, but I don't have time. That's the answer why most people stop playing these games is, I don't have time anymore. Or in tabletop especially, they have the added problem of, does the DM have time? Because if the DM doesn't have time, there's no game, no matter what. Like that's when players set out to find a new group and then play with randos because they need their fix, but they can't get it from whoever they used to DM with, play with. And that's kind of a thing that they also failed at. They never really made a good system for how do we like get DMs and players into the same room. Because like, I can tell you from my experience that it is not hard to have as a DM to find a group. It is hard to find the right people. It's hard to find the right people who want to play with for long term, because I have like played with random people I messaged on the internet, be like, hey, would you like to be my Pathfinder game? And then I had test rounds, like test adventure, and like half those people, I just was like, I can't. It's too weird. Not in the kind of weird I like. It's because people who look for DM, oftentimes they aren't like players that are easy to jive with. Not saying they can't find a group that they like or that they are in that's going for the long haul, but I'm saying the whole problem of TTRPGs in the first place is finding a group of like a handful of people who you want to spend 4 hours with every week.
Yeah.
Oh, so that you just turned this on to do that? Okay. Hey, I heard you used to be into crack 10 years ago. How can we get you back into doing crack, but it's new?
Yes. Oh my god. That's so true. Oh.
I would say this is the weakest freeze frame so far. Like, it's very like unfortunate that he has this beard line here. It's doing so like it's weird. I guess it's hair. I know it's hair, but it looks weird.
NFL. You know, like, yeah, it's not like football has changed so much that I can't have a conversation. But what we see with D&D especially, but RPGs in general, is this like addition churn of like, to get the new audience. Like there's almost like this assumption that to get the new audience, we have to piss off the current audience. Because the current audience is like broken in some way. Oh, they like this too much. They just want this or that. And I think what they're really trying to address is we have lost the ability to pick up new players.
No.
And my theory is that new players like the essence of what your thing is, and that everyone who's ever interacted with it likes that same shared essence. The details might be different, right? Meet someone who likes board games. Oh, I like Euro games. Well, I prefer deck builders, or like I liked Settlers, but now I'm not into it. You know, those tastes can change, but fundamentally, like those players like this style of game. And so I think what has happened with role-playing games is
he just spent 2 minutes telling us that people who like TTRPGs are people who like TTRPGs, and that's our customers.
Oh my god! Like,
it is really like, holy crap! Like brevity, man, brevity. I know this gets like to the point, but holy shit, we're gonna be here a while.
Yeah. Oh yeah, this is like the longest part too, if I remember rightly.
Is this still talking about like where you can't find customers?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're right.
Like with third edition, it became very technical. It became very much of getting into the weeds, the details. You know, building a character, modeling the system. Fourth edition was very much about kind of getting away from the world as a place, you know, abstracting that away, but then really focusing on the interplay in combat. Well, here's my
which is a stupid mistake. If you ever do that in your TTRPG, the world is a character unto its own. If it's not, then why are we playing the game?
It's so nice for me to hear something I said 5 or 6 years ago being repeated back to me. Like there's literally a tear in my eye. And it is important. It is important. Yeah. World of Darkness, people play it because it's World of Darkness. They don't play it just because it's the fucking D10s.
Yeah. Like, obviously, like, Like, it doesn't even need to be complicated. It's like, let's look at the strategy games again. Bar. Oh, these are giant robots building tanks and they are fighting. Why? Well, if you destroy the commander, then that side is defeated. Oh, I see. So they want to win. Yeah, I guess. There's a meta plot. I mean, maybe there's a plot somewhere. Who knows? They just want to fight. It's still enough to contextualize something. The more you take the world out, though, the less I'm gonna care about like the consequences of things, which is good for like a strategy game. And like, what happens if my commander dies? Am I dead now in the game? Like, well, who cares? It's a strategy game. But in a TTRPG, when I'm like, well, so who am I working for? Oh, there's a quest giver in a tavern. Okay, but who's like? Is there like another town? Oh, you don't know. Like, the less I know, the worse it is. Like, it's interesting to have big things happen in the background that are informed by stuff that's happened. And it's the more, oh my God, what's he talking about even?
How my character functions in combat. This monster has a healing ability. There's no narrative around it. You can describe it however you want, but it's not
That's shit.
rooted in the world. It's rooted in the need of, hey, this is a leader type creature that needs to heal the creatures around it.
Yeah, right. No, that's bad. Immediately. Explain how it's done, because then I can explain how I interrupt it better.
And so you're kind of always taking that core and trying to yank it in a direction rather than just saying, no, the core should stay the core. Then we can put stuff around it. And, so yeah, so that was also part of it, just saying there's so many people who used to play D&D. Why'd they stop? And coming to the conclusion, except the third edition, like that surge then fall, that really put me down this trail, because it was just taken as gospel that, hey, third edition like blew second edition away in terms of sales. But when you looked at it, what you saw was, yeah, a lot of people from second edition hopped in, but then they just hopped right back out.
Like, he's talking about, dude. Like, it's actually causing me pain. Like, you know what I liked 10 years ago? I liked to eat like these cookies. I should buy them as an adult. Oh, they're kind of basic. I'm not buying them again. Meanwhile, some marketing guy, a mid-20s person bought cookies from us. We must market more to mid-20 people. Talk about taking the wrong lesson from it. We should market to children, because they actually are who buys them consistently. Like, this man acts like fucking hell. Obviously, people who have played the game, let's look again at the years, right? I bought Advanced Dungeons and Dragons 2nd edition, or revised edition. It's still a revised edition. I bought it in 1995. I played 5 years of D&D with it, let's say. That's like 2 or 3 long campaigns, or like a dozen short campaigns.
Yeah.
Then I buy 3rd edition 5 years later. And then I'm supposed to 3 years later buy 3.5? No. Like, I've just bought 2 versions of your shit. I'm playing it. If I'm still playing it, it's because I'm really into it. But mostly, after like any game you play for a few years, you're going to be like, man, I could use a different game. I could really use a different game. Like, it's like, we're going to play Mage soon. 2026, for me, year of Mage. Playing Mage finally. I'm so hyped.
And lots of it too.
Am I
Like,
you're
gonna get every bit of it.
Here's the thing, like, I know also in my heart that in 2030, I'm gonna be like, man, Mage is really cool. However, maybe next game we do something new.
Yeah.
Just because variety is cool, and variety is good, and variety matters. And if you have made in your whole company's career, over the course of 50 years, have made 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 games, then people are not going to buy every single. They're still not going to buy every single one. Why would they?
They aren't.
Like, oh, there's new Oreos. I must buy the new Oreos. No, most people buy the original, because they like it. But that's food. That's not applicable to this. It's like most people aren't playing D&D anymore because A, no time, because they are now in a job or whatever. B, no people to do it with because they don't want to go through the hassle of finding those people. Because everyone else they used to play with has also moved on. They're in different towns, whatever the fuck. Or C, they don't play anymore because they changed games to something else. Because after 3 years of playing your game, they kind of gamed out on it a little bit. Maybe you just wait. Maybe this new thing came out. Let's try the Shadowrun. That's me. Like we played Hackmaster, which is basically D&D 3rd edition and D&D AD&D like mixed together for several years with my friends. I was doing a super long campaign. And then during that, I was eventually like, guys, I'm doing this every week. I need a break. Not even as a DM, I just need a break from this game because it's like, I just need it. Let's play Shadowrun. And then we played Shadowrun. I found another person who was a good DM. So that person DM'd Shadowrun for us, put them in the D&D game. And that's how it went. And then did we at any point during that time consider buying another edition of D&D? No, we were playing that edition. Like, who wants to go through the problem of like switching editions? Nobody. Like, it's not. You can't just. I hate this. He's talking about marketing as if he's selling us cakes. And just have to put apples in it because that's the new flavoring. No.
Yeah. This rabbit hole brain worm, I'm just going to call it that because that's what it is at the end of the day. It just keeps failing to realize like the difference between buying a cake and buying a TTRPG is cakes are still sold at the grocery store. You don't have to go to a specialty outlet.
Yeah. And also, if I buy a cake and then I eat it, I need a new cake. I don't have cake forever. Like, if I had cake forever, I would also not buy a second cake. Because why would I need it?
And then how many people never came along because like maybe their friend tried it and said, no, it was too technical, or I just didn't like this. Okay, so me and my group, we're not even going to bother because we heard this. Right?
It's the DM who puts people there. If the DM says we're playing Shadowrun next week, then you can either not play or you can play Shadowrun next week, man. Like, I don't know how you don't see this.
Right. Or I bought the player's handbook and I flipped through it, but we never actually used it, things like that. And so that's what started to be.
Yeah, but then they bought it. Who cares? What? What are they talking about now? Oh, they bought the cake, but they never ate it. Who cares? They bought the cake, they made money. What?
Just thinking like, okay, what is the core? And then from a practical, point of view, like, why aren't we trying to sell to anyone who's ever played this game? Like, why would we be picky? And there's something that's kind of nice about the desperation of like the businesses on the verge of falling apart. Like, you can.
I love it that he's like, yes, we shall try to sell to everybody, as if that's not everybody. Like, the fact that you're bad at selling to most people doesn't mean you aren't trying. Like, the only time where that's not true is when you make like, men's oil stink deodorant. Most women aren't going to buy that. Maybe some butch lesbians.
Yep.
But
maybe.
Like, unless you deliberately try to limit your market, your market is who you can reach.
Yeah.
And that's what you should be thinking about.
Do that, and no one can argue against it because it's like maybe they'd like to, maybe they don't want to do that, but like they can't really say like, let's limit our audience. Like, no, we're not in a position, man. Like, yeah, we're starving. We can't get finicky. You might not like mustard on your sandwich, but like it's either that eat the sandwich with mustard or die. So, is this really where you're going to draw the line? So yeah, and PX is another example of another edition to go back. Like, that sold millions of copies. Where did those people go? Like, the other thing we could see is, I think at that time, I know we had canceled the PDF sales, but I can't remember if we had turned it back on yet, but we did have those sales numbers, and you could see things like, hey, this rule cyclopedia, like these VX rule books, like they're selling really well compared to everything else. Like, yeah, so there was also some hints there too, that there were people coming online and, oh, I remember this when I was a kid. That's what I'll buy.
Yeah, it's really fascinating because
so stupid. He acts like everyone buys every product because they like one product. Like, no. Like most people don't buy your adventures again because they suck, and that's it. And I'm happy that we only wait 5 minutes for this guy to come back. By the way,
Uh,
I remember being there when 5e came out. I'd only started playing role-playing games shortly before that. So I was there during the playtests and seeing it all get released. And what I remember is at the time, at least in the whole OSR community, it was like heralded as like the triumph of the OSR, as like the ultimate old school RPG where it's like, we've won, this whole like, attitude, which is really funny when you compare it to now when it's just like, 5e, that's just for the normies. You got to go back to the OSR. It's this really funny shift in.
if that's real, I don't remember that at all.
oh,
Like the OSR community is the OSR community. I don't think they're never gonna like anything ever again. If you're stuck in original D&D in 2020 or 2014 or whenever this was, you're stuck there forever.
Culture.
well,
Yeah.
Oh, please. Sorry.
Basically, okay. So the thing about OSR, the OSR brain, you're right, and there is a company that specializes in that. There's a couple actually. Goodman Games being the big one, and that's their entire market. They just do the old school shit.
Yeah.
And the biggest problem that I have with this entire conversation that these two guys are having is just that they're thinking, oh, we got to recapture those people. Somebody already did.
Yeah.
And they're just going to buy those products forever because of that.
Like,
What the fuck?
I mean, yeah, the conversation here is about like recapturing the people you already had, which is again such a wrong idea because if you had like 1 million customers in the past, I don't know, that is like 1/300th of the population of the US alone. Who do you rather reach? Previous customers or new customers? Like even if you immediately like, okay, we can erase half the people because they would never play, it's still 150 million. Even if you pare it down more and more, it is a stupid assumption to say we reached most of the people we're ever going to reach. Most people you're going to sell to are new to the hobby. Because again, the chance that someone has found the game they like is so much higher than the chance that they have never played.
Have you had any comments on just like the way that the culture has shifted in the 5e over time?
Yeah, no, and I think that's super interesting and I think that is like, if I was in charge of D&D, I'd be so worried about that because, yeah, you're right. Like when the game came out, people were really excited. There's a lot of energy around it. It's the OSR 1. In some ways, yeah, because we were getting back to like the core of the game. But I also saw like 3rd edition fans coming back and playing. And I think if you like 4th edition, unfortunately, it's like
you roll a d20. Congratulations, that's not OSR.
It's not OSR, yeah. It's very easy to figure out what's OSR or not when you go to the environment section.
Yeah.
It's very easy.
Yeah. Like OSR had overland travel rules and shit. You never put those in.
Yeah, that's it. Like I don't even need to be even more specific than that. It's just that if you put those in, you have a more OSR product than anything else on the market. That's why like even Fabula Ultima is more OSR than D&D 5e. There, I said it, which is fucking crazy, but it's because it has an overland travel system that actually works like one. Yeah. Oh my god, these people.
Yeah, and Whale's perfect example, right? Give me the PF3 core books, give me Howl of the Wild for the mermaids, then fuck off. See, like that's you're not going to predict the customer because that is a customer that you won't be getting because you aren't making mermaids. Like, I don't believe that in any meeting these people had the question of do we put mermaids in more came up, and should it have? That's debatable. But they act like they like, I don't know, they just had the people on lockdown somehow. They just had to make a good product for them. To an extent, good product, of course, good. But if good product always won, then we would live in a very different world.
We would, yeah.
Like I just wish we had done that game in addition to doing 3.5 because it just got a different audience that it's like at the end of the day, like, no, people do kind of want enough simulation in the world. They don't want to have that purely abstracted away. So I think that was probably
Yes,
like the
they
one group that
fucking
was
do,
like,
man.
okay, this isn't what I wanted. We did keep the fourth edition digital tools going, and that was specifically. I remember, and I know I get a lot of heat for like, as the guy who killed fourth edition, but man, I was the one who said no, like keep the fourth edition tools running, keep them online for as long as we can, because that's an audience that I just don't think is going to.
That's it's so funny that he acts like, yeah, I did them a favor by having the fourth edition people not like stranded. Fourth edition tools, he's talking about online like like clicky monster making tools and stuff. Like, yeah, you made those. Were they a sales factor for anybody? I don't know. I don't really care.
No.
But don't act like you're doing anyone a favor by keeping them, and like that's so terrible. That's part of the reason why I would never now buy D&D products from these people, because they want me to be have a monthly subscription for their shitty character maker. I have to pay extra to have a custom feed and shit. Like, no, I'm not paying you for that. Fuck you, fuck off. And it's amazing that anyone pays them. Like, they are the luckiest fuckers in the industry for having anyone give them monthly money ever. And if you do that, you should stop.
Yeah.
Like, holy shit, it's the worst. No one in this hobby deserves that. Like, you can make your own D&D server for $5 a month by hosting it somewhere. If you have a spare computer, you can host it on your own computer. Like, and then it's just a one-time license. It's called Foundry. And fuck everything. Like, he's acting like, like, also if they are fourth edition people, then they are fourth edition people. By your own logic, you can't sell to them. So what do you care?
To be happy with this game, and that was we knew that. So, but yeah, I think it was kind of everyone kind of this idea of the edition wars ending, the tribe coming back together. But I think what has happened over time is so I have this theory. I have said it on a couple other shows, but I'm just going to do a quick recap of it. Role-playing games, the users are experts. They know the stuff inside and out. They know exactly what they want, and they have very specific needs. And if you miss even just by a little, they just don't have any use for your project, for your product. Maybe like 20 years ago that wasn't the case, but nowadays there's so much stuff out there that you can find what you want. And so the decision maker has to be very close to the user. You've got to know that user inside and out, and you've got to have like telemetry, like constantly seeing what's changing. And
no, you don't. You just have to what telemetry? How are you measuring this? What are you talking about? How can you measure this? Like, the only metric you have, by your own admission, is fucking sales numbers. And if you are like, and the edition is already out. No one's buying the adventures anyway, or most people aren't. And if they are, they aren't buying them at release to have them. They're buying them when they need them to run them.
Yeah. Yeah, that's actually a very insightful thing about adventures. People buy them when they need them, not because they want them.
Yeah. And then like fluff books and stuff, okay, sure, that's when it comes out. It's going to be a little bump. But like the only fluff book I'm interested in ever for D&D is the planner one, because that's the fun bit of D&D lore.
What I think happened was, because D&D is owned by Hasbro, it's a giant corporation.
Oh, really?
That as D&D became more important at Hasbro, that distance increased. And now it's like, okay, who's deciding what happens with D&D? Probably someone who doesn't play the TTRPG. Probably someone who's looking at a spreadsheet. Probably someone who's looking at like digital, like.
You are looking at spreadsheets, man. What are sales numbers in? Do you put them in a text document to be technically not looking at a spreadsheet? Like, you're already divorced from the hobby like that.
Like, what's the traffic like in D&D Beyond? Are more people coming or less people coming? More people are coming. The business is doing well. Like things like that. Well, maybe who knows why they're coming? Does it actually reflect the product? I mean, who knows? And so I think what's happened is, and I think you've seen this broadly across gaming in general. I think 2020 and the pandemic was this inflection point. All these new people are coming into gaming. At the same time, everyone's now working remotely.
I can't disagree with 2020 was of course an inflection point for many things. But 5e was came out in 2014 and was way successful immediately.
Yeah.
Like it wasn't like they had to wait for 2020 to be a success.
They didn't. That's one of the. I'll go back to the Critical Role thing. It got groundswell because that.
Yeah.
And if anything, yes, 2020 changed a lot of things, but one of the things that you notice with a lot of different industries is that if you were stuck at home and had a lot of time to do things, you ingested a lot of content.
Mm-hmm.
And one of those pieces of content was, oh, there's 100+ episodes of Critical Role.
Yeah.
Like, it's not hard to see the point A to point B here.
Yep.
But a lot of people just think, oh, because sales are down now, that doesn't mean that things are happening that will make sales abruptly skyrocket later.
Yep.
And that was the thing. Like, that's why Daggerheart exists, is because so many people were rewatching their stuff and they thought maybe we could do our own thing. And a lot of people don't think, oh, that's how that works. Yes, it is one part of how it works.
Mm.
But they should be playing their fucking game that they just published.
Yep.
But that's neither here nor there.
I appreciate Wikipedia calling it, by the way, Dungeons and Dragons 2024 edition.
Thank
you.
Thank you,
Wonderful.
Wikipedia.
Wonderful. I love that because it mostly came out in 2025 because they didn't hit their own fucking goals. All right. Like, okay.
Everything is churning and changing. And I think what happened was there was a lot of thinking in a lot of products that was based on taking trends from the summer of 2020 in terms of what people were doing, how they were consuming media, and just extending those out to infinity and assuming that's the new.
Which is true. That's what a lot of people did, and it is also stupid. But he was also not talking about whatever the fuck he wants. It's nothing to do with the question that was asked.
He's just rambling again.
And that is obviously not what happened because there's been the game industry has just been massacred the past few years, massive layoffs, massively funded games completely flopping. And I think what has happened is...
Yeah, like every year.
Mm-hmm.
It's capitalism for you, baby. Like it's how it's operating as expected. The next round of capital didn't make enough profit. Well, time to fire people. Let me close the factory.
Yep.
I made my money. I'm the investor. Like, what's he talking about?
Is that there were a lot of bets placed in 2020. I mean, Ray Winnegar, who was the executive producer on the game at the time, like went on N-World and described this of, 2020 is when they were told to start work on the new edition. And it was not necessarily based on, oh, gamers want this, players want this, our customers want this. It was very much like, no, the company wants this for
like, come on. 83, 89, 2000, 2008, 2014. Oh, did I stop him? I did stop him. Okay. The new edition is coming out 6 years after. Yeah, that's about the time the new edition comes out. Nothing special about that. Like 2020 was like some sort of like you need to make money again. Make a new edition. You're not making enough money.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Like it's pretty consistently 6 years, 5 to 6 years every time.
It is.
Like even 4th to 5th to 6 years, guys.
Because I remember the revised second edition. I remember those books very clearly.
Yeah.
And it was like the thing that they changed was they made it more digestible than ever before.
Mm.
And that's why I kind of remember it fondly.
Like arguably, they only said after 6 years to make a new one because it was so successful. Not because it's like...
Yep.
Exactly, Gwergots, exactly. I love that so much.
Mm-hmm. And also the 2000 thing with the third edition was, hey, we just bought this. We just bought this from TSR. We need to have our own edition out now.
Yep.
A lot of reasons. He didn't go into too many details. I have some suspicions, but I do have like an NDA, so I can't just be like, oh, here's what happened. But but just the fact that he's talking about it in public, and no one is like, oh, that's bizarre, Ray. Like people were like, oh, wow, that's interesting to hear. And so I think the business started saying, here's where you need to go. Here's where we think things are going to be. And I think that was driven a lot by thinking games will be more online. I think there might be some elements of like people want more tactical combat. Like if you look at the current, like I call it 5.5. Like that's also really telling. We don't know what to call it. Wizards doesn't have a name for it, so okay, I'm gonna call it 5.5.
I want to point out he was not involved with 5.5 or 5.05 or whatever you want to call it. He was 5th edition guy, and then he at some point after that came out, he left the company. I don't remember. A few years after.
Yeah, I don't remember the details.
And so he will talk about 5.5 as an outsider, which is why he can speculate here, and I can't really say anything. But yeah, obviously, he knows that in 2020 they were told to make the new edition, so he was still in the company then, I would assume. Because otherwise, that's also NDA shit that he just spilled.
Yeah, he was moved to be, what was it, director of something with Magic the Gathering.
Oh yeah,
and that's where he stayed for a while.
I mean, it seems if he plays it, at least it might not have been that adversarial for him. But yeah, he was moved to Magic, so it's whatever. So now he's also speculating. Is my point.
It's a lot more tactical combat focused from my experience running it. A lot more round to round decisions.
It's the same as 5e. What are you talking about? Like it's the same fucking game. It's literally like no different. This is why no one really cares past the early sales, by the way. So, like more tactical combat. 5e is basically all tactical combat. It has almost no information about role playing in it, and like anything to do with non-combat situations. It's just that it's a fantasy game, and if you all kind of know how to play D&D, so we know how to roleplay in it. But if it was like just presented as a new game and no one had ever played a fantasy game before, I would be sitting there much like in Lancer and being like, man, there isn't very much roleplay stuff in here, is there?
Yeah.
Sure, I have stats that tell me if I'm strong or not, but is that enough? And turns out it kind of is, but come on, it's always been about the combat 99%. The most 9/10 of your book are just combat or spells, which is combat.
A lot more, well, this is, I'll give you an example. Like if you're playing a barbarian, you have these energy types that you're immune to, but now there's a lot more energy types attached to attack. So if a creature hits you, it's like, well, it does 5 slashing and 5 fire. Okay, so I have to figure out I'm going to have 5. Where, in 5.0 or 5e, it would have just been 14 slashing. I just cut that damage in half because I'm a barbarian. And I get it game design wise where they're trying to do that, but to me that's very like.
It's funny that what he just did there. He said originally 5 fire, 5 slashing, which is 10, right? And then you have the slashing to 2, which is 7, and then he doubled it to 14 because he stumbled over his own example. Oh my god, he's casting a spell at us, but Trey, careful.
Careful.
It's the best thing so far. Oh gosh, that's gonna be a fireball or like a disintegrate or something. High level shit.
System and math focused. It's not user focused.
It's not math to add 5 and 5 and then half one of the 5s, and actually it's 7. It's not math. And acting like that's complicated is also, again, like putting it stupid. The complication with this is forgetting what you have to have. Like, that's where I'm like, the problem with most role-playing stuff isn't that I have to add 2 numbers. Like, even if I can't do that at all, even if I'm I have math blindness, I can use a calculator, or I can ask my friend who isn't math blind to be like, hey, can you tell me what 2, 7, and 2 is? Did I roll good on my dice? Like, if I'm blind, I can play D&D. I can ask my friend, what's the dice say?
Yeah.
Oh, it's 3, that sucks. Can I use my point to not to re-roll? Like, you have to, and that's the complication. You have to remember that you can use the point to fucking re-roll.
Yeah, that's it.
That's how the game becomes complex, not by the math. Like,
yeah.
It's not like, hey, is this fun to play? It's just tapping into that core experience that has always been there for TTRPGs and D&D, which is, hey, I'm in a world that's immersive and this is interesting. Like the player, I'm kind of zeroed on that one because that's a case.
It's so funny that he has a math example of barbarian and energy weapons and energy damage, and then he's like, "Oh, what's D&D like?" Well, I'm in a world and it's interesting. It's like most manager sentence ever. Like, explain what D&D is to me. Well, you're in a world and it's interesting.
Oh my god.
So the player is thinking, hey, I'm a barbarian, I'm going to rage, I'm super tough, and I'm hard to hurt. Except now I'm kind of not. And rather than just doing the simple like 14 damage, no, 7. It's like 14 damage. Well, okay, 4 from this, but like 8 from that, or whatever it is. So actually 12. Like
That's
you go from being the barbarian to being the person playing the game, trying to do the math in your head. And I think that is like the big shift of what has undergone with D&D, is it's gotten a lot more technical, and
it's the same.
Oh my god.
It's the same.
It's the same.
Like, the point of barbarian in like basic barbarian in 5e was always you have physical damage, but you don't have spell damage. So if a guy comes at you with a flaming sword, you always go, oh, yeah, to do this. It's not nothing new. Like, it's the same. Like, you can say the ratio has changed and we nerfed barbarian indirectly by doing that, and I'm like, it sucks. Barbarian wasn't even that strong. But that's like, that doesn't make that point. So not that it's like adding 8 and 12, 8 to and 4 to have a 12. That's not hard. Like, even the barbarian should be able to do that, like with an abacus or like rocks or something.
Yeah, exactly. We can hold up our smartphones now and do math. Everybody can have the calculator app if they really want it. We're not talking about the dice system from Fantasy Flight Games for Star Wars. We're not talking about that, where you do literally have to think outside the box every time you roll your dice to figure out what the result means. It's literally a number here that you cut in half, and then maybe you subtract 4 more from it. I don't know. Not a big deal, man.
Yeah. Like the simulationism, it's like it's literally identical. The fact that now a spell works slightly different, or whatever, an ability works different, only added complexity because you refused to make the game distinct from the old version. So everyone is confused how it works now. It has to read it up.
Yeah.
Because
like Fireball.
Yeah. Fireball is easy, but then like if you rewrote how Fireball works, there's 1d6 more damage, so you don't remember that when you roll it, or is there gonna be a muscle memory? You take 86 and roll them, take over.
Yeah,
but then doesn't your automation just do it? Like, many people play it online now, right? So I don't care how many dice, I put it in one time when I write the character down.
Yeah.
It's gotten a lot more focused on the rules and this almost like legalistic, like this works because the rule says it works, rather than this works because the people at the table are like, oh, this is our flow. Like, advantage, disadvantage. Like, the math might not be the best math you could ever have for a system, but it's awesome math for like playing at the table. I feel like that meeting I described, with Peter Lee of saying, let's err on the side of accessibility. I think that fundamentally has been what has been lost. And the act of playing 5e was much more the act of playing a role-playing game. You're just a general role-playing game. The act of playing 5.5 is the act of playing 5.5. A lot more like 3.5 or 4th edition, where it's like, no, you're spending a lot of time manipulating the system and thinking about the system and interacting with the rules rather than interacting with the person across the table and thinking, hey, we're just immersed in this story and what's going to happen. And the things that happen seem to flow from that narrative rather than flowing from the rules.
I have so much to say.
Please do, because I gotta say it's the same. Shut up.
It's the same. Shut up. But what he's not getting, and this is something that Ataraxi and I have talked about a lot, is that part of the reason why you have certain mechanics that exist is because it actually lubricates or encourages that you interact with the person across the table from you.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, For example, and I'll go back to this again because it's present in OSR all the time, but really isn't in 5th edition, overland travel. The reason why you have some bare bones rules, like you roll this for starting a campfire, you have these nocturnal activities that you can do, you have downtime activities, something, is because it does create an interaction space as a result. Because a normal person who plays these games and they go, okay, we're going to make camp, they don't know what the fuck to do.
Yeah.
They don't.
Yeah.
And unless you've been camping, but even then, you think of it in the modern context. You don't think, what did they do in the Robin Hood movie or the Deathstalkers 3 movie where they made camp and they ate beef jerky and they started a fire? You don't think about that shit. So you put that in the game because then it creates an opportunity for you to interact with the person across from you. And that's what Mike Mearls never understood as a game designer was when he was designing Iron Heroes especially. The reason why the archer has the cool ability to knock a weapon out of somebody's hand is because it creates an interaction between you and the other person. It isn't just because, oh, I get to do a cool thing. It's an interaction. And pretending it's not an interaction is stupid. That's why the all or nothing fireball is stupid. Because that's not an interaction. It's just doing damage.
Yeah.
Not doing something cool like fireball immediately lights everything on fire within a 20-foot radius. You get to do that in Mage?
Yeah.
You don't do that in D&D, though. That's completely divorced from reality at this point.
Like D&D just has a blob saying, it might light things on fire as well.
Yeah, it never sits and tells you definitely, though, which is what really is frustrating.
Yeah, but I mean, of course you assume it because a spell that can ignite and instantly kill infinite horses that are in a cube. That is, I know that a cube in a sphere that is its own size. Yeah, obviously, it's going to ignite stuff if it kills something outright immediately.
Yes,
but how much though? How bad is the fire? We don't know.
We don't know. We're left alone.
Yeah, and acting like that has ever been different is stupid.
Yeah,
and it's subtle. It's not like someone went through and like rewrote the game as like full on 3.5. But to me, just in running it, reading it, playing it,
too. I don't even know which one
there's enough static there now where like round by round, like it's another example. Like if you're a fighter, your weapons now have all these little flourishes. So if you're, I tried making a dwarf with a hammer, and I just want a big hammer and bash people. Well, the hammer now knocks people back; they move away from you. And I was just thinking, like, well, I don't want my character to do that because my character is just this big violent dwarf with a hammer. Like, why would I want to knock people away? I want them to stay close so I can bash them over the head again.
Yeah, and that's the moment where you just like, GM, can I use a different rule set for my hammer? And the GM is like, yes. And then the problem is solved. It's like, yeah, I understand this problem, but the solution is to not write your game like word from God. Everything, like a rapier has to do this all the time. A spear has to do this all the time. But you at least give people the option. You can, through, I don't know, fighting style that you have, use it like this or that. While the fighting style also does something else. And then it's cool. Like giving them options would be cool. Making it and always knock back, I agree, that's stupid. But that's like a cherry pick example, I'm sure. Where, yeah, just say it does the X thing, where it's like, I don't know, makes them slowed. Why? Well, I break their ankles, they're slowed now. Oh yeah, makes sense. Like, we don't have to spend a year at the table figuring that one out. But yeah, I mean, I agree with him in this case that it's stupid if rules are that intricate that they actually stifle the imagination. Because that's the other, that's the bad part of what you just said, where we can write down stuff that's going to give people an idea of what to do. But if you're like, every hammer knocks back, every sword does this, every spear does this, then you are going to like immediately like shoehorn people into the category that they think they need the most. That's bad. If you just like, it's a fucking fighting flourish. You can always just use whatever you want or something. Make it make sense. Then you have created options, and that's good. That would be good. Like you could be like, hammers cannot I don't know, inflict bleed because they're blunt. And I'm like, yeah, okay, that makes sense. But you could be like, yeah, they can bash armor to reduce armor or whatever. You can make stuff up. And then just negative say they can't X and Y as opposed to they always do Z. Like, that's me fixing your shit. D&D's shit. Congratulations, by the way.
Simple things like that. But that's not coming from my character. That's coming from someone added this descriptor to the Warhammer just mechanically. Like, and you could even argue, like, does that make sense? Like, I could argue if I bash you in the knee with my Warhammer, now you can't move away, right? Like, and things like that. And it's getting away from that sense of like, I kind of described earlier. I want to play an awesome archer. What do I do? Pick the archer option. Okay. Now it's like, I want to play awesome hammer guy. What do I do? Well, you need to take like the farmer background, because the farmer background gives you this feat and it gives you the stat, but okay, so now my character's a farmer, but I'm a dwarf. Well, dwarves aren't really miners now because we're kind of deciding that like your race.
Yeah, I know what he's going to say next. I'm just want to point out that in every single D&D game I've been in, run by you, run by other people, we have never used the basic like, oh, I'm a guild craftsman backgrounds. Never.
Mm-hmm.
We've always just written our own shit and then given ourselves some stuff that makes sense. Every time.
Yeah, every single time. Every single time.
Why? Because that stuff is a crutch for new players who don't know what they can do. And it's very good for that. I would say if you're new, probably look at these as ideas for what you want to have and then pick one. And then it's good enough for your first character. It's going to inform you that my character is indeed a farmer. Because I am playing a simple farmer who was like fishing. I'm going to greet everyone nice day for fishing in it. And then I'm going to beat them because I'm super strong. And I'm fighting with pole arms because I'm fighting with my fishing pole, whatever. That's a character that you can play at first level. Are they going to keep their fishing pole? Probably not when they find the magic spear. But they might just put the magic spear on the fishing pole and I don't know what the fuck. Like, it's, man, whatever. Point being, don't act like it's word of God. I hate this. This is going to be my biggest problem with him now that he's talking about actual root stuff. That he acts like we have to play it like it's in the book 100% of the time. No one does it, my friend. Nobody. If anyone insists upon me doing it, I'm going to be malicious and make the biggest min-max character I can.
Yeah.
Because it's in the book. I can play it. You said it's in the book. Yeah, it's a wizard who uses all the stupid spells. I'm sorry that I made this, by the way. But you made me do it. I couldn't make my cool character that I wanted to make because you said I have to pick book stuff. Like, it's a crutch. It's not word of God. It's not important. It's important that it's balanced in how you fight something if you're going to go that route with a tactical game. But the fact that the farmer has the feat shouldn't be an impediment to me just taking the feat too, if I want it.
Is no longer your culture, which makes sense, but now it's like to be a cool dwarf fighter, I have to be a dwarf farmer. And like I always would kind of think my dwarf would be a smith, maybe? Like, just
oh yeah, I'm gonna make the most cliched dwarf I can, the dwarf blacksmith. No one's ever played that. I don't know if you're just dead over there, Cedric. I don't know.
A little dead.
Sorry.
Like, also, like, there's just so much here that's just. How can I put this? Like, all right, let's use Critical Role as the example. Does anybody at Critical Role say my character's background is X? Like, from the book?
No.
Any of them? Why would they? Yeah.
I think maybe in the first campaign they did that.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Maybe.
I couldn't tell you.
I'd have to look at the Wikipedia entries. I don't know.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, is when somebody writes down their concept, because there's a concept line for World of Darkness also, they write in whatever the fuck they want.
Yeah.
There's examples in the book, yes, but it bluntly says, this is just supposed to help people who look at your sheet so that they know, oh yeah, I'm looking at a farmer turned vampire. Like, that's the purpose of it, is it's supposed to be shorthand, but the thing is that they turned it into shorthand with meaning and we still are
Mhm.
ignoring the shorthand with meaning, and we always will, because real people don't think this way.
Yeah. It's
We just don't.
it's also a further problem arises then when they put the shorthand with meaning into their online tool as the only option you can pick. Because in your online tool, I don't think unless you pay the money, you can even pick a custom background.
Correct. You are absolutely correct.
And that alone has put me personally off of ever giving them anything ever again for their stuff. Because if I can't do the basics of being a DM, what can I do? Like, what if in the world I am building as a DM, there aren't any farmers because we are all getting our food from the big man in the sky who drops it on our heads every morning. We have to eat what he drops on us. If he drops only eggs, well, I guess it's egg day. I don't know. Like, it's a stupid example, but it's an example like it could happen because you are trying to sell a game where everything is possible as long as the DM says it's happening, but you're putting the corset of the most arbitrary possible limitations on it at the same time. And yeah, of course that doesn't work. Who could have thought that would be a problem? Like, what the fuck, man? And yes, he's right to talk about that as if it's bad, but he also did it with 5e.
He did it directly.
He's just saying he doesn't like which options he has now, not that the options are the problem.
Yep. I mean, cynically, but also realistically, because this is the direction everything is headed, that's just another way to sell another thing that is an entry on a database that you have to pay money to unlock parts of the database.
Yeah.
And that is the biggest pile of shit that I hate about all of this.
Yeah. Man, I kind of, like, with the directions, I don't like these people, and I hope they fail at the things. It would have been nice to see D&D go into the NFT thing and be like, this special farmer background that you can buy for $10 off of our database has an extra +1 to oats or whatever, and then no one buys it because it's shit. And then they spend money on it. That would have been funny, but
that would have been amazing.
Like, again, World of Warcraft stuff is bad. It's examples. It's all examples. If the DM wants to make up Ice Ball and it does 86 ice damage, like then the DMA did a creative thing in a very basic way, and B, adhere to your own rules, because Fireball does 8 damage, 86 damage. So you made an equivalent spell with a different element, and then someone on the internet is going to be like, but if you do that, then now this and that monster that you're going to fight appropriately, they're going to be way easier because ice damage, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, yeah, but I'm just not going to let them fight those monsters then. Or maybe I am because I don't mind. Shut up. It's my game. We are getting to the point where I'm actually like cross with him now. So let's keep going for a bit.
Things like that, where it's like, okay, now again, like the system is like saying, no, I want you to snap to my grid. Where I think fundamentally 5e tried to say, no, 5e will snap to your grid.
Wrong.
You know, like the fact like the 5.5 rules don't have like rules for making your own monsters. Like, to me, that's like the most telling thing. It's like, no,
5e also didn't have them. And if it did, they were stupid because no one ever used them, I don't think. 5e had the ability to like make a leveled guy with like, you can give character class levels to this goblin, and then it's gonna be like a higher threat rating. But the game that actually has this is Pathfinder, where you can add like modifier things to an existing thing. Like, this is a blighted giant owl, so now it gets these bonuses, and that adds 2 to its combat rating or something. Like, D&D never had these. What are you talking about? 5e, the monster manual has rules to make your own monsters? Does it?
No,
I don't think so, right? It doesn't. DM,
like,
Doesn't have any
The DM book does. It's just that they're terrible. Like
Yeah, okay.
that's the thing. Is like okay, the DM book it did have like here have the combat option for disarming, but it was terribly written. And then it had the here build a new race, but the race they built was terrible. Like they present all of these things that are supposed to be your DM toolbox, and then they write them terribly. That's one of the big things about 5e. Like that's why everything was frustrating about it. Just running it after a certain point was I have to do all this work to build a monster. Like in Shadowrun, I just okay, what's their dice pool? That's all I need to think about the whole fucking time.
Yep.
And the same with World of Darkness. Whereas in D&D, I do have to give a shit about their strength because it affects their fucking strength saving throw. Fuck you. I hate that we have 6 saves now.
Yeah.
Hate that. Hate it so much. That's my biggest frustration. Ugh.
They expect you to buy their monsters. Like they don't want to give you that math, and it's just bizarre.
Why is it
Like it's like
math?
half the fun.
Hey guys, here's like a big one. You don't have to adhere to the monster making rules if you want to make a monster in D&D. You just have to be not stupid about it and be like, you're going to have 500 hit points when your character enemies are first level. Maybe don't do that. Maybe make it not that. Maybe make it a guy that has like 30 hit points. That's a good boss monster at first level. Actually, maybe too much.
Yeah.
But that depends on what like how much armor class it has. Blah 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 blah. Like there's a bunch of gears you can turn, and you don't need those rules in the first place. Again, like man acts like because the rules don't exist, you can't do it. No, it just might be a little bit harder. I would argue with monsters, mostly it's not even that. Because the annoying part of D&D, which they never fixed in any edition, was I want this guy. I want my group to fight a wizard. Okay, I'm going to take a day off from work to figure out their spell list then.
Because it's literally take a whole day off from work.
It's an annoying fucking process to be like, well, he would have this spell. Would it be active? Does he have a contingency? Blah, blah, blah. Like at high level, it's a fucking chore. And it's terrible. And it's no fun. And it's never worth doing.
Never. It's so bad. Like, it says a lot. Okay, everybody knows about Mage and how you build your own blah, blah, blah for your instantaneous effects. It is actually easier for me to run an antagonist in Mage than it is in D&D, who is a wizard.
Oh, yeah.
It is actually easier. And that's stupid. It shouldn't be like that, but it is.
Yeah, Mage, the game in which you can do literally anything. If you have the shears for it, it's easier to like make enemies in that can do magic than D&D, where it's just like you have a limited list of spells technically.
Yeah.
Like when I prep my games, it's like I ran my game. I've been running some playtesting a game we're working on, but last time I ran 5.5, it's like, oh cool, I'm gonna do this. I did this giant what was it? Oh, this giant toad monster. Right. And like, obviously 5.5 doesn't have rules, but I know enough of the system to do it myself. But like a lot of the fun was, it's this weird giant toad monster, and it's not like anything we fought before. And and to me, it's just kind of missing the point. Well, why can't it do this? Well, because the system is making you, this is the system has decided this is how it's going to be, not you. And to me, that is, I think that's like the big vibe killer right now for D&D is, and I think to get like super high level, I think it goes back to like the OGL thing, where it's like the OGL was Wizards fundamentally saying, we don't want you making content. We want you buying content. Because when you make content, you're not buying our content. So we want a slice of the money. We want you to maybe come through our digital platforms and so on. And I think that, and I know people are very quick. Well, what percentage of people heard about the OGL? Well, what percentage of highly engaged dungeon masters heard about the OGL? Because they're the only ones that count.
First mention of dungeon masters. First, he understands that they're the ones who drive it. He didn't talk about them during the marketing phase at all. I am amazed that this man was allowed to make decisions. Like they still haven't figured out at Wizards that they have to appease the dungeon masters first and foremost. Well, because if they had, they wouldn't be making the products they're making, which are all anti-DM garbage.
My reaction to all this is that we are now like nakedly exposing the fact that it's a corporation.
Yeah.
This is being built by, I'm not going to say the word committee because that's not quite accurate. You do have a guy who is managing you and handling you at the greater Hasbro who steps in, points at a page randomly and says, but you need to change this, and then leaves.
Yeah, you take the ducks away from the queen in the chess game.
Yeah.
So if you know that reference.
I don't.
Okay, so do you know Battle Chess?
Yes.
Okay, so for the audience, Battle Chess is a very old chess simulator where it would basically just have animations for when the pieces fought, and then like the tower would be a big rock guy and he would stomp like the enemy when he won, and they would be broken apart when he died. And they had a manager who came in and always had to make a change, tell them to change something because they had to. If he didn't say something, like he would not be doing his job, right? That was his logic. That they figured out over time as he was still telling them things. So when they were like, "This game's done, it's perfect. We want to release this. What do we do about this manager?" And then they just put like a duck circling the queen the whole time, looking stupid. And then they showed him the game and never mentioned the duck. And at the end of it, he was like, "Oh, this looks great. We can release this, but they should take the duck out probably. Like, do that, please." And they were like, "Yeah, I agree. The duck is, we can take that out. No problem." And so they... and so they took the duck out and shipped the game they wanted instead of him like fucking something up about it.
Oh my god! Like I didn't know that story. Thank you.
Of course. And here's like the thing that I'm seeing here is, you are right. It's a It's not committee per se, but it has self-selected for these people, for the people that are okay working in the corporate environment, who are like, "Yeah, I'm gonna work on D&D because they pay me well. It's a cushy job, and I don't really have like anything I want to like." It's fine. Like I can work here. That's the people they have. Because the people actually are hungry to create a cool thing, a new thing. They tried to pitch them the new thing, got denied, and then made it on their own, or got fired, or whatever the fuck. Like the people they still had at the end, they were like the oldest of the old guard, and a bunch of artists. So no wonder they didn't make a new edition that's interesting or different, because no offense, but they didn't have it in them anymore, I don't think. Like, how do you make... Like, it's also impossible for me. How do you make D&D again now? But better and different? I couldn't tell you. So...
The only way to do it is to do something really different.
Yeah, but...
Which is funny.
Yeah, but what's the different thing that's not going to be like... What thing has to be different? I would argue find a way to make the non-magic classes actually be good. Finally.
Yeah.
They had 50 years to do it. Now do it for real. But how do you do it? I don't know. Like, I don't have to know. Don't pay me. Maybe if they paid me, I would try to figure it out. But at the same time, I just don't believe they have it in them to do that. So I don't know who's there anymore now. I think there's just one guy keeping the lights on. Make our class features XP bias and get rid of class locking entirely. Boom, D&D 6e, pay me 5 trillion Hasbro. Yeah, actually, that's it. That's the one thing they could do. They could get rid of levels. And just not have a scaling THECO bonus or attack bonus anymore.
Yeah.
Be like, well, yeah, you can buy a new spell for 100 XP, or you can buy an attack for that much, or you can buy a skill up, and then there's like some sort of maximum skill at which point you can't raise your sword skill anymore because otherwise it's too big. And then we play Shadowrun in mid magic though, and then I am all there.
Yeah, I mean, like if you're going to have a level system, make the most of it. If you're not going to make the most of it, then why have a level system?
Yeah, and
like,
D&D never made
that is really my opinion now.
Yeah, like Fabio Ultima is doing levels 10 times better than D&D.
Yeah.
If you want levels D&D, you have to at least be as good as Fabio Ultima now. You have to write every class differently, and have to be able to combine any class without it being shit. Because it's always been shit. The only time it's not been shit is when multi-class characters were there, where you could be a fighter wizard, and they would both level on their own, but slower, since they shared XP. But they would both level, and you would be like 2 levels behind the single wizard, but you would be able to swing a sword. That's cool. And then you made 3rd edition, and they're like, well, if you pick a fighter level, you don't get mage progression. And then everyone was like, that's garbage, though. Then you kept that in for 2 more editions. Well, okay, no. 4th edition, I guess, didn't have multi-class. Did they have? Who cares?
They did, but they had 2 different ways of doing it. One of them was, here's your hybrid class. And that was very close to 2E, but then they also had the just take feats to emulate other class, which is what Pathfinder 2nd edition is doing. It was a shit show either way.
Yeah, I don't like the Pathfinder way because it doesn't feel like different enough. It feels like you are taking like a little bit of icing on top of your big slab of meat. The icing just doesn't fit very well.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it, actually.
Okay, a bit more.
You can love D&D all you want, but if you're not a dungeon master, you're not playing the game. You need that DM. Yeah. And DMing is hard. I mean, DMing, that is my biggest regret as, working on 5e, leading it. We made it way too hard on DMs, and I think that also is like one of the big things you're seeing now is, it is really hard to DM. And the new edition has made it harder. Like, it's just harder. Yeah. And so that to me is like one of the big things. And like, the OSR is a good example because it's so DIY. But I think that's just a common thing with role-playing games. Like, everyone loves to hack games. And the games, to me, that seem to be doing well, like, I'd say the similar thing about, like, Apocalypse World, Powered by the Apocalypse. Like, it's super hackable. Like, if that is the style of game you want, there's a bunch of games, and it's super easy to make your own game. Like, you're spending more time thinking about your gameplay and your world, and less wrestling with the system where it's like, no, Hammer Guy is not like, there is no Hammer Guy. It's like, if you want to play the dwarf with the Warhammer, you got to be a dwarf farmer who pushes people away from you. Like, that's not what I want. I want to be a dwarf blacksmith with just a big Warhammer bashes guys over the head. Like, nope, but the system says I can't because someone's decided this is how it plays.
So, like, why do you think that the rules kind of focus shifted in that direction? I guess, like, people today would say that it was like original 5e was more diegetic, more in-world decision making, whereas now it's kind of moved into more abstract, non-diegetic, where it's all about manipulating rules. Is that something that just happens to systems over time, where they just, like, in order to expand them or to make them more appealing to a bigger audience, you just add more crunch as just a way to extend them? Or do you think that there's other motivations there?
Just don't care.
Oh, I think there's a lot of factors there. I think one of the simple ones, like, because I think you do see this is the general trend in role-playing games and in video games. Systems grow more complicated. We used to call it grognard capture. The idea that the game, by like version 3 of your game, like, either part 3 of the the game comes out, part 2, part 3. By part 3, or like the 3rd edition of the game, you are now, the people making the game are people who played the game, who are excited by the game itself rather than that entry step. So you could think of 3rd edition as like, hey, this is really great if you already know D&D and just really wish you could spend hours making characters and monsters, within this system. But if you were outside of D&D, there wasn't a good on-ramp because you just want that core activity.
But he's acting like 1st edition was easy or like not easy to get into. And he's acting like everyone like who plays 1st edition, he's saying in the same interview that we have audience for 1st edition who play that still, on 2nd edition who play that still, and 3rd edition play that still. And then he's saying like, but the people who come over, they don't need the on-ramp, but other people do. But it's just going every direction now.
Yeah, he really is. Like, this is a perfect example. Tell me how you formulate your ideas in your head, but out loud. Like, what the fuck? Wait, what are we getting to here?
It's also correct. Yeah, he played 1st edition. That was his entry step. So then games derived from 1st edition that kind of are on the same skeleton. Yeah, they are easier to learn then, sure. But it's not like it's hard to learn. Like, come on. Like, fifth edition was learned by millions of people who never played it before.
Yeah.
No problem.
No problem.
And the people who bounced off and it was too hard, they would have bounced off another game too.
Yeah.
That's like, if you are determined to learn 5th edition D&D, you're gonna learn it. It's not hard. It's really just like the super casual person who just wants it all presented to them will not learn any role-playing game because they will not invest the brain space to learn it. But anyway, we let's just give him a bit more.
And so I think there is this natural tendency, like, hey, you worked on the game for a while. What's interesting to you drifts from what's interesting to especially the new player or the person who is looking for something more immersive, something that rests outside of the system. I also think just institutionally, like, there's this great video I watched and this concept, and I can't remember the person who wrote this, kind of had this observation, but when you arrange a team to build something, you're deciding what you're going to build. Like, hey, I'm going to do a role-playing game. Okay, I want a system balance team. Okay, just the fact that I said that means my system's going to really focus on balance. It's going to be very crunchy because I have a team working on that. So even though I don't know what the exact endpoint of this game looks like, I already kind of decided the box.
Like, yes, he's right. But he's also like omitting a lot here. Like, of course, I'm not going to say he's wrong there, but yeah, of course, the decisions you make early on in your product are going to guide the whole thing.
Yeah. Like, this is why the best ones that we've reviewed or even talked about in passing are the ones that knew what they were from day one and still were that thing in day 365.
Yes. Imagine Sunken having a system balance team.
Yeah. Imagine that.
Like, what he's basically saying is if you start your process bad, it's going to be a bad game, which is true. Problem is, and this is now definitely also true, the people who are making D&D or did make D&D in its different iterations were always absolutely constricted by the core set of it, of the question of, can we change this? We have to have the 6 stats. We have to have D20 rolls. We have to have wizards doing spell slots. Nothing of that can ever change. And if you apply that core set at day one, you're going to make a game that's fundamentally kind of the same as the other one that you already have.
Yep.
And then the one time they tried to break out of it is 4th edition, which was a cynical cash grab that happened to be a good game, but no one liked because the people who played your game after 30 years of it also liked the core set you're putting on it. So it is correct to keep the core set on in business terms to appease the existing audience who are going to be the first adopters of your game. But then also you can never grow because the people who don't like the core set have long since left.
Yep.
And then you again, the only chance is to have new people come in, which is again Critical Role suddenly showing 10 million people how D&D could be. Well, that is
how it could be.
That is not a stuffy nerd hobby where a guy who smells bad is going to tell you, but actually, my orc has a +2 to this, so he did make the roll. So you, as you can see by your own logic, I have defeated you. Like, the fact that ain't what you're going to get is something that they never communicated. Like,
they never did, no.
Is it their job? No, but also you're saying they want to make the game a bigger success, so yes. You can lean back and say, I'm just design the game, but then that's like saying, just cook the food. I don't care if people like to eat it or not. The restaurant is going to go out of business if you don't cook food people want to eat, though, man.
Yeah, I mean, the cooking analogy is actually the best one because if you don't start with good ingredients, it doesn't fucking matter. It just doesn't. You can have all the quality assurance people imaginable, or the umami, salty, sweet balance coordinators you want, but if you don't start with good lemons, you're not going to make good lemonade. You just aren't.
It's going to fit in. So I think that's also part of it. You just naturally have a a team that's set up to like make subclasses. They're going to make more subclasses. They're going to think, how do we make more subclasses? Well, what if we put features onto weapons now? That'll give us more things to point subclasses
do we want
at.
subclasses?
I think that's part of it too. I also think that there is this real fear of the audience in that when you do story stuff, especially in today's climate, you run the risk of someone looking at it and going, hey, I don't like that. And I don't like it on a political level. Like, I don't like what it's saying about the world. I don't like what it might be saying about me.
D&D has gone woke.
And, I think that's always existed, but I think now it's a lot louder. It's a lot more prominent. And I think what it does is it then pushes you onto the back foot. I mean, let's just be honest, right? The D&D team has had a bunch of missteps in terms of like representation, like Spelljammer, they've had some issues with former employees, or contractors complaining about their relationship. So I think that weighs pretty heavily on them and thinking, okay, do we want to try really changing the world in a very specific way? And I think, I can't speak.
Like, if you just aren't a bigoted asshole, you aren't going to have these problems. I'm not saying he is that, but I'm saying that's not a problem. That is a problem that people who don't want to realize that maybe their views are bad and should change have.
Yep.
Like, every time. It is not hard to write in a way where it's not shit. Like, we have talked about. Sorry, I just bumped something. Okay. We have talked a lot about how they bumbled the orcs in their recent products.
Oh yeah,
how that's dumb. But that's an overcorrection in the first place to them being like, oh, people don't like that. People are woke now and they don't like everything we write anymore. What do we do? Oh, well, we have to be also super woke. No, you kind of don't. You just have to realize what the actual problem is. The actual problem is that you aren't accepting of things, that you are, again, world of godding every orc to be evil because evil religion in that case, and that's bad. That is obviously bad. That's like one step removed from calling every Muslim a terrorist.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And if you can't see why that's bad, then maybe you shouldn't be writing anything.
Yeah.
But this is the first time this man has even mentioned that style. He is very clearly way more concerned with the rules part of this writing.
Oh yeah.
The how does it how is the actual fluff look like? He doesn't care about fluff.
He really doesn't. He's never been a fluff guy.
And honestly, the fluff is so easy when you just realize, well, let's write it like people write. Pratchett will never be cancelled.
Never.
For his writing, because he never wrote stereotypes. He wrote people, and people can be assholes. People can be bad. Doesn't make them not people. And you can recognize. Anyone can recognize this. And that's the problem that conservative writing faces nearly every time they try to do something, is that as they write their thing, where the conservative is the good guy and saves the day, they get mad at their imagined enemies, and then they put them in the book and make them caricatures. And then everybody who is this there for the story is like, man, this story sucks. These bad guys are stupid. This would never happen in real life to anybody. What am I reading here? Why am I here? And then they do this for D&D because that's the corporation doesn't know this, because the old crusty assholes at the top are also like this, in that they don't know what anyone wants because they are lizard people who at best read a statistic about it and then Blizzard example, make the pie chart that says how diverse a character is, to know how diverse a character is, instead of just being like, man, this British lady is pretty cool because she talks in a British accent and zips around the battlefield. Oh my god, it's this is showing his ass and his age a bit, in my opinion, here right now.
Oh
Talking,
yeah,
talking
showing
about
ass and age. Yep.
at all. Talking about at all is like crazy to me.
It really is. It really is. Like, this is just the kind of thing. Like, I've gone back and forth a lot with a lot of people about this in a very positive way, and like, my dude, just don't hire shitty people. Don't write shitty thing. Don't rest on laurels of stereotyping.
Mhm.
Yes, we all want our sexy dominatrix drow. Yes, that is a thing in popular media. But there's comic strips that exist that have taken it beyond that. Like what is it called? Drow Tales, for example.
Mhm.
And there's been so much popular media that's taken orcs away from that too. And the just fuck.
It's also
Play mage.
yeah, Playmate. It's also funny to me that we not 5 minutes ago in the interview, more than 5 minutes in this video, because we talk a lot about this. He was like, "But what if I want to play my blacksmith dwarf?" And then he's talking about like stereotyping.
Like like the when you write a fictional setting where these people are explicitly not humans,
Yeah.
you do put in stereotyping so that you have a concept of a baseline so that
Yeah.
people can play the non-stereotype as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah.
But
Or can lean in on a stereotype, which is also fine. But yeah.
yeah, which is also fine. But there's so many people who just do not understand at this point that just because you say, but I'm just creating the baseline stereotype. Yeah, it can still be really fucking offensive, dude.
Yeah.
People still don't get that you could still do that and then look at your work and be like, oh, oops. Like, it's not even oops at this point, dude. Like, you named your orc Mongol style horde Ching Chong. Like, what's wrong with you? You should know you shouldn't name them that. But it's traditional orc language. Fuck off. No, it's not. Stop.
Wouldn't it be Russian in today's Reddit stupid world where the Russians are orcs?
Yes, exactly. You nailed it.
I want to say that right now about that. Fuck those people too.
Yeah.
Like, you're acting like the average Russian citizen has any say in the politics of their country. Like, fuck off. A guy living in Novosibirsk does not change anything about the Russian politics. So stop being an asshole to the people. Like, the ire should be directed very much at the top and not at the people. And you calling them orcs just tells me that you are fucking racist.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Probably also like racist against Chinese people in this much the same way.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah.
And then maybe you should investigate your prejudice there a little bit and realize that most of it is just still communist bad propaganda from like the 60s. Getting ping-ponging around in your brain. But anyway, this is a tangent. Let's keep going.
It's going.
Drake, by the way, before we do keep going, I have a proposal for you. We aren't going to finish this today.
No, we're not.
How about next session? We have one more re-review to do.
Oh, yeah, we do.
It is Boot Hill.
We'll do Boot Hill next.
We do Boot Hill next and then finish the second half of this. Like, let him finish this question and then wherever we are, that's sounds good.
Sounds good to me, honestly.
Oh, okay, good.
For anyone working there, but I know, like, for me, it'd be like, yeah, I'd have to really think about, like, do I want to try to engage the audience with, like, hey, here's our new, like, orc culture. Like, when you look at what they did with orcs, they just kind of got rid of them, right? Like, hey, the half orc and half elf might be problematic. Okay, they're just gone, right? Like, what about orcs? Well, we'll have some orc art. Anyways, moving on. Like,
I agree with him that was like the most like the worst handling of that was possible almost.
It was.
Like
It,
what's it's almost like too over the top to even think it's real. But
it
like,
is. It is.
so wait, our orcs are bad because they're all evil? Well, time to make them vanish.
Huh.
Uh-huh. That's better, yeah.
That's better. Yeah. That's not what we historically did multiple times with people's cultures. No.
Yeah, also, like, come on, like, it's orcs, they're gonna be there. Let's write something good about them. Holy fucking shit.
Just write anything with detail. There's so much of D&D history you can just write in there.
There's so many takes about this. But it's like, yeah, the orcs, they live in the far north and they like ride boats and they attack you because they want your gold. Also, they're Vikings. Yeah, they're Vikings. They're also Mongols and they're also, I don't know.
Japanese, who knows?
Yeah, like, but don't make them evil. Just make them be like, yeah, well, it's human level problems, right? The Vikings weren't evil. The Vikings were just like what, they just didn't care. They were Christians. Those guys are weird. They put their gold in those weird tall buildings you can see from afar, and they aren't defending. The people in there can't fight you. We're gonna seal that shit.
Yeah, we want their money.
Yeah. Is that evil? Well, not any more evil than anybody else who robs someone for their money. This happens all the time everywhere. Fuck off. Easy.
Yeah.
And now they're just they're like, well, all humanoids, they can't be genetically evil, but we can do that to Fae and stuff. That's fine. Just reclassify kobolds as whatever, it's dragons, and then they can be evil.
Oh God, that's the thing that bothers me the most out of all of this shit. Now that goblins are Fae, it's okay to kill them. Fuck you.
Yeah.
There's no like, depth to it. And I get it, because it can be seen as a third rail issue. But I also think, like, as the audience, I think people would have been excited for like, oh, here's this, like, it's a new god of the orcs, or like, oh, here's Drow, and like we'll give you detail on their culture.
Sorry, I have to pause it again just to say this.
Yeah.
Yes, make a new god. Give me continuity. Say a new god of the orcs appeared, and most orcs are no longer Grumsh followers and are not evil. Grumsh is still there, but now there's a religious holy war going on, and the humans actually helping the good orcs because obviously it's a preferable situation if the orcs aren't evil. Make it be in the story even. Like, acknowledge that you wrote the bad thing and then make it better. That would be growth. Burying it in the sand and being acting as if it never happened is the opposite of that. Yes, with the Drow they kind of did that, but the orcs were always like, no offense to Drow, but the orcs are way more important to get right because
they are.
You're just gonna always have orcs to fight in the overworld a lot more than Drow. Like, Drow are a problem underneath the ground somewhere that might happen at some point if you're like 8th level or something. Orcs are always there. But yeah, they should have just done it for every single race like that and just didn't do it for... They did it for one, a little bit. Like, not a good job. Like, not even a D-. That's still a fail.
It's still a fail, yeah. I completely agree.
And then you can kind of see, like, hey, we aren't saying it's anything inherent to what a Drow or an orc is. We're saying it is cultural, and here's this culture, and here's another culture, things like that. And I think the games that are doing well, like, I mean, Baldur's Gate 3 does this, right? Like, Baldur's Gate 3 has just, like, vicious, horrible goblins running around, but you can, like, talk to them, you can interact with them. Like, the game doesn't assume, like, I remember going into like some areas where it's like, well, there's a bunch of monsters running around, and like it actually took me a second to go, oh wait, I'm not in combat, I'm just walking around. Like, these guys don't have a reason to attack me, so they're not going to, and so I'll talk to them, and like players, I mean, obviously Baldur's Gate 3 is a huge hit, really responded to that, right? People loved it, right? And so, but I think that video game, it is more interactive.
Baldur's Gate 3 taught this man that it's fun to talk to the bad guys. Baldur's Gate 3 taught this man this lesson. I mean, okay, it's an example, but it's his example, so holy shit. Like, is he
Yeah.
chiefly responsible for writing the dungeon as a 20 by 20 foot rooms? There's 5 orcs in it. Fight. Is he part of that crowd? I have to assume that that's a yes. At this
I have to
point,
assume the same.
I have to assume he never thought about it and is surprised that in 2025, 6, whatever, people want more than that from that TTRPG.
Kind of, hey, here's what we're presenting. I think there was just this kind of maybe fear of like, well, what if we try to have something that's really interesting and bold? Do we really want to risk that? No, let's just erase it all. Even
Yeah.
like the monster manual, it's wild. Like I was looking at my copy of it, and like I don't think there are any humanoid monsters in the book. Like the humanoid monsters are all just generic things like thief and bandit and pirate. Like there's no like, oh, it's a humanoid monster. It's just like the kobold warrior humanoid. Like they've made them all non-humanoids. And I mean, you could argue that might be worse because that's really weird to say like,
Yes.
don't hurt the creature if it's a humanoid. But as soon as we like put a different tag on it, oh, you can stab it. It's cool.
Yeah,
It's almost like
I would not even say you can argue that. I would say that is worse.
It is worse.
Oh my god.
It's 100% worse. Yeah.
Look at this face though. Oh
It's
my
the perfect
god.
face.
Oh my god. He's staring at the pie that's out of frame. Mm.
that's kind of worse to me. Like it's because like if I meet a giant, it's okay just to fight it because it's a giant. But like, what if it's like a fire giant that's just here to trade, like whatever, right? But but I get it's almost like it's like I said, I think there was like a real sense of like, well, we don't really know what the audience wants, and we don't want the audience to get upset. So what if we just said nothing? And so then I think if you're in that mode of like, okay, lore and story is kind of maybe radioactive, then what's your other option? Like, then you have to go with system, right? Like you literally like have said there's two things we can offer, immersive world building or like mechanical refinement. Well, we've already decided that no to world, so we're gonna just do mechanics. And so like what else do you change, right? And I think that's kind of the biggest miss, like I said, looking back, especially for all
the game he made, which is 5e, right? Didn't have a world in the book at all.
Nope.
This is another thing we have said about D&D 5e before, but it's worth pointing out that he's saying like, oh man, there's no like stuff in this book, and I'm like, yeah, neither in yours. Like it's just not there. You have to buy another book to get that, or go to the Faerun wiki, Forgotten Realms wiki, and then there's unlimited content there that other people have compiled that at some point was released, but to say that 5.5 is more mechanic focus is stupid and wrong still.
Gate 3. I think people would have been excited to see like a fresh take on orcs that had a lot more meat on it, or like, take the Forgotten Realms and kind of advance the storyline. There's already the Many Arrows orcs, which are depicted as like, they're more of a country, like instead of just being, orc hordes attacking, it's like, no, it's a nation. Like they have diplomats, like they do stuff. And even going back to looking at like the original appearance of the Drow in the Vault of the Drow. I know they showed up earlier, but like it talks about how there's like dissidents and there's like gangs that are revolting against Lolth's rule and stuff. And it feels like that was like it made an opportunity to kind of say like, yeah, this isn't racial determinism at work. It's just culture, and especially when you have like gods dictating culture, it's for me it feels like Lolth's evil and she's manipulating the Drow to do this on her behalf. But that's not something that is set in stone or is genetic, or it's just a faction.
I don't know what.
Maybe you'd have humans worshiping Lolth, right? Things like that, and just showing. But yeah, so I think when they moved away from that, I think that then just left them with nothing but mechanics, and I think that might be why, like, when I talk to people about it, they seem to just not really understand why they should be excited about the new edition, which is also again not supposed to be a new edition, so that's even more confusing. Like, why should I buy this then? So.
Moving on from there, how do you see D?
Okay, we at the halfway point pretty well here.
Yeah, we are, and we get to the point that was the most important one of all, which was oh my god, well, if we turn kobolds into not humanoids, that makes it better, right? No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like this guy, I don't agree with most of his takes. I will have strong words for the rest of this as well. However, we can't do this for more 2.5 more hours to get there.
No, we can't.
So the plan, folks, is in 2 weeks' time, which is the 31st. Yeah. Last day of
31st.
January, you're going to be on Trekk's channel. We are going to do Boot Hill, and
Yep.
then the second part of this. Like I kind of like doing this, but also I don't know when we would have time. Maybe if we make this weekly again at some point, we could do more React
Yeah,
content.
maybe. Yeah, and honestly, like with as many times as we've had oh gosh, we can't do it this week as we did last year, being able to just be flexible and be like, well, let's squeeze in another episode. That's
Yeah.
totally legit too,
Yeah, we have to find the right ones. Like I didn't want to like only show half this video, but the second half is still more interesting in terms of like commentary even. So look forward to that. We are back both on Monday, I think. Are you doing something tomorrow?
No, I'm not doing anything tomorrow.
Yeah, you would. I just realized. No, of course you wouldn't, because playing.
No.
Yeah, on Monday we're playing. Apparently we're playing Bar. A roll of the dice has decided such, and I'll have my new schedule out as well, Drake. So yeah, we'll see you then. I'm gonna see who we can rate. Gosh, lots of people online again. Sometimes you can just tell by your followed someone. I scroll up in my list of people scrolling and says, sorry. Okay. That's a good name. I read Ezra's so much. I don't think I want to read Ezra's today. Oh, it's Rainbow. Rainbow's doing Civilization. That's good. Wasn't aware she was back on that. So let's do that. Yeah, again, back on Monday. Have a good one, everyone. And yeah, good Sunday, everything. Bye bye.
Bye bye.